So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Q1 2024 system demo. I will be the host for this ceremony for the full morning. And so for people who don't know me, I'm Jean-Michel Becard, the head of the Portfolio Management Office here at EMA. So just some housekeeping before we start. This session is being live streamed and of course being recorded and will be made available. You will find the link on our corporate website if you want to socialize the link or if you want to view again some part of this broadcast. We will also use Slido to invite you to give your feedback, comments, or questions. And of course, this interaction via Slido is voluntary, but you need to consent. If you are using it, you consent to the processing of your personal data, as explained in the EMA data privacy statement for Slido. So I think that's all clear. So let's see what exactly a system demo is about. So it's about being transparent of what we are doing in the agency on our system, and that's part of our new governance, new way of working, being lean and agile. We will show you what happened in the last 3 months, so which is the planning interval, the PI. So it's an opportunity for you to give your comments or questions to the team. They will show you what happened in the last 3 months, what they did, what they developed, what they have achieved. And of course, is recorded and published on the EMA corporate website for your viewing. So the next system demo will be in 3 months, the 26th of June, 2024. And now I think we can start with the agenda. We will start with product lifecycle management value stream, which is where we have many products to show you today. And we will start with the electronic application form. And before we start, I will give you some indication how you can give your feedback and ask questions. So we are using Slido for question and comments and feedback. We have 2 ways to use Slido. You can use the Q&A, Slido Q&A, by choosing the room which represent the product on the right-hand side of Slido. And those questions will be public and they will be answered after the demo of the product. You can upvote, and we are welcoming the upvote of a question. So we are making sure we will answer the top questions. And of course, if the time allows it. And then after the system demo, we will publish the a document, Q&A document, which will take back all those questions with the answer. So for later reading. Then you have a second option. If you want to give a more anonymous or more, I would say, feedback which is not public, and it's when you can use the poll section of Slido. So it's remain open until the next system demo, so you have 3 months. But please identify yourself, so if you want an answer, we can answer to you. But this feedback or question will stay, I would say, hidden from the public, and only the product team will have access to it and can answer to it. So of course, you can go to Slido by scanning the QR code or using the number 9116064. And then you will see the polls and the Q&A on the right with the list of the room, which is the product. You have also a plenary room, which is for general comments and feedback for all the teams or for the PMO team. Then the product lifecycle management is have a newsletter if you want to keep informed. So by scanning that QR code, so that's outside the Slido, but that's how you can subscribe to the PLM, the product lifecycle management newsletter, and you will receive news on the development around PMS, UPD, EAF, EPI, and all the development on ARIS concerning the product lifecycle management. So we are inviting you to scan the QR code and to subscribe the newsletter to that value stream. So I think we can start deep in our system demo, and we'll start with the product lifecycle management value stream. So our value stream are a set of systems around a business process of the agency, and the product lifecycle management is about all the system around the authorization and the lifecycle of medicinal products and certain medical device. And I will give the floor to Christina and Noel, so they can show you what happened on the electronic application form the last 3 months. Over to you, Christina.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. Hi, so I am Christina. I'm the product co-owner of the electronic application forms. We have had a bit of a different quarter as the first quarter of this year, as we had a big handover, and we were moving into a different service provider. However, we have been working very, very hard. So if we go to the first slide, please. There. So if we look at our achievements, so one of the biggest things that we did was to upgrade our fire message to version 5. So this isn't yet in production, but this was a huge piece of work that has been keeping our technical colleagues and my product co-owner Noel very busy. So this is a major achievement for us. As I mentioned, we have also been handing over to the new development team. So this is, of course, quite a task, because we have to ensure that there's no knowledge gaps, and if there are any ongoing work, that is also finalized by the previous team and then handed over to the new team if something could not be finalized on time. Then we have also deployed into production 2 features that have been very, very keenly awaited. One is the clone application, also known as copy application. So this means it's almost like if you think back into the interactive PDF EAF, saving it with a different name. So you can reuse the application. And this is, of course, hugely important, because it means that if you're contacted by EMA during the validation and asked to update the form, you can simply clone it, so you can keep the original of the form that you initially submitted. Or if you have application that has a lot of products and you want to reuse those products for a different application or for whatever purpose, it is very, very useful. So that has been implemented. There are still some minor issues with that clone application feature, hence why we haven't really made a big announcement that it is available. But some of you might, of course, be aware, and you might have seen that it is actually there in a drop-down menu, and it does work most of the time. However, because we are now getting this new caps load, so we have a little bit of a time where we can hone and improve these features. So we haven't made a big announcement on that, but I will demo it today. And we have also implemented another keenly awaited user story, which is rename application. So if you have initially saved the application or created it with the name that doesn't really suit, or you would like to change, you were not able to save it before. Now it's very, very simple and quick and easy to rename the application. So then for the plans for our quarter 2, so we're really concentrating on system and environment stabilization and performance improvements. As we are getting increased number of users, we notice that the performance really isn't what it should be. So this is the most important task of our new development team. And another huge change that we are getting during this quarter, which is of course very dependent on our PMS colleagues, but it is the load of split and match and merge caps. So this means that we will get a new load of centrally authorized products, which is no longer just the load from our internal database SciMed, but this time these products will be match and merge from the data with the data from XEVMPD. Because of this change, we have asked that you don't use the PLM portal EAF at the moment, but once the cap load is there and we have confirmed that everything is working, we will be strongly recommending the use of the web-based form. And when that time comes, we hope that we have also implemented the add package feature. So this is something that has been already developed by the previous supplier, but unfortunately, we were not able to deploy it into production before the handover took place. And we've also been working on name translations, on pending products, and we have been improving the communication on the portal, and I'll quickly show you some of that during the demo. If we can move to the next slide. So I just want to emphasize our downtime and the implementation timeline for this new caps load. So you might have already received via email, or you might have seen news on the e-submission website or in the PLM portal informing you that please use the interactive PDF EAF instead of the web-based form. Now, kind of from last week up until towards end of April, it is because of this new data load. So there are quite a few changes that will happen with the data load. The product names will change. Some of the products will be split so that they are IDMP compliant. And why we are suggesting that you don't use it, there is no technical barrier to using it, but we really don't want you to be in a situation where you have an ongoing application form where you have to update the data on the form, and then that happens during the caps load, the new caps load, or immediately after, where the product names have changed, because this leads, of course, changes in the form, and we have not been able to fully test how the form reacts to that. So there may be some issues, and of course, for our business colleagues, when the product names might change or the medicinal products are changing, we would not want to cause any issues. So this is a recommendation. So there's no technical barrier. You can still play around. You can even create a form. But please, just if you need to submit a variation, we strongly recommend to use the interactive PDF until the end of April. And once the new data load is being done, there's a date range from the 11th to the 16th of April, during which the interactive PDF EAF and the PLM portal web-based EAF will experience downtime. So there will be a period of time during which you cannot use either of these forms, not even the interactive PDF. This is just because SPOR OMS, for example, will be down, and you need to use OMS when you're working on the interactive PDF. But once that period is over, both the interactive forms will be working, and of course the web-based EAF will be back up. Again, there is no we hope there is no issue from the system point of view. So you can go into your previously created forms and look what has changed, how it has behaved. But please, again, do not yet submit until we tell you that it's okay, once we have done all our internal tests. And then at some point in May, we will tell you to start really using the web-based EAF as the strongly recommended form. But without further ado, I will share my screen and I will give you a very quick demo. It says I cannot, so I'm not a co-host at the moment. Maybe someone can make me a co-host so I can share. There.
Yes, Christina, just go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Emily. Now I can. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So very quickly, we are adding a notice with regards to this downtime here on our homepage on the PLM portal. It's not there on the production page yet, but it should be appearing there hopefully, if not today, latest tomorrow. And it is simply referring for you to read the news. And the news are here under the news tile. Just show you. So when I mentioned that we have been improving communication, this is one of the parts how we have been doing it. So here you can now find the news on the EAF downtime with the better explanation that I was perhaps able to give you there now orally. So there are details, what is working and when it's working. But now let's go to the demo itself. So as I mentioned, we are now able to rename the application form and we are able to copy the application form. So for example, here I have a draft form that I have finished. It has all the sections filled in. And when I go here to this side menu on the right-hand side, I say copy application form, and this triggers a function where the form will be copied. This will take a little bit of time. And in here, I can either keep the same marketing authorization holder or I can change the marketing authorization holder. I can give it a new name. And then I simply go and create next. This will take a little while, so I will leave that there. And meanwhile, I will show you how to rename an application. So if I go here and we do rename application, I will simply just give it a new name and I submit. And we got a message saying it's complete and successful. Refresh. Of course, the demo effect. Let's go back. And meanwhile, here you can see my copy application is happening. But again, it can indeed take a little bit of time. But here you can already see my renamed application, which I just did. There. We are very short of time, so I'll stop here in case there are any questions, but you can see that the copy application is ongoing. I'll stop sharing, and if there are any important questions, we have 2 minutes.
Hi, Christina. Indeed, there are a few questions. And we have the first question from Jean-Michel Kehen. And that is, can you please explain what the package feature consists of?
So this must refer to what I mentioned, add package. So this is for the variations where you need to add a new pack size. So you're simply adding a new presentation. So this is something that is currently impossible to do with the PLM portal EAF. So you would need to use interactive form for that. It will simply just, you'll be able to add the details of the new package into the form.
Thank you, Christina. We'll squeeze in the question from Laurent Descbert as well. There will be constant changes in the future. Isn't there a better release management other than stopping all EAF services, web and PDF, for an entire week? What about slower environments and updates during weekends? So this is indeed, I think this relates to our the planned downtime in April.
Yes, Lauren, thank you for the question. I understand it's a major thing. But this is really a major release. It's a PMS Go Live, which my colleague Marcos will explain further during his slot. So we, of course, this wasn't an easy decision to take. It isn't something that we would like to do to stop all the services. And this is not only the EAF, there are other things as well. But it is something that it has to be done for the PMS Go Live. But you'll hear more about that from the other presentations.
Thank you, Christina. I'm going to hand over back to Jean-Michel to introduce the next demo.
So thank you very much, Christina and Joris. So for the question which has not been answered directly verbally, we will have a written answer and they will be published on the website. So I invite people to keep an eye on the corporate website on the system demo event page. So now let's go to, and I think Christina already hit it a little bit on the PMS, and I think Marcos has some big announcements to do. So, and I will remind you how to give your feedback for people who just join us now. So it's on Slido. You can use the Q&A for the public question and answer, or the poll for the non-public feedback or comments. And I will leave 1 or 2 seconds so for people have the time to join Slido. And then I think we can go to Marcos because I think he has many good news to announce us. Over to you, Marcos.
Okay, thank you, Jean-Michel. So, yeah, as you were saying, this is in principle the good news that we have for PMS. So here what you have in this slide is the work that we have done during this quarter in Q1. So what we have been doing during this quarter is, first of all, and many of you have seen it, is the finalization of the PMS roles in IAM. So we have integrated the roles that are needed in PMS for the go live. So they are already implemented in IAM for the PMS API. Then here you can see also, this is a very technical feature, is the fire to MDM decoupling in production. This is a task that we have been doing together with UPD. And in principle, the impact for the end users is that the deltas will be processed really, really fast. So whenever they are going to do changes to XCVMPD, these messages will reach PMS really fast. So the performance of the system has really been improved. What we have been also doing is to solve any remaining bug that we had for the PMS Go Live. So in principle, and we are testing this now, we don't have any stopper for the PMS Go Live. Something else that we have also been doing during this quarter is finalizing the exercise of mapping that we have between RMS, OMS, and XCVMPD. This way, what we are doing is preparing the path for the production go live. In principle, we don't have now any term from XCVMPD that is not mapped to an RMS term. And we also have all the organizations mapped between XCVMPD and OMS. This is on the technical side. On the more, let's say, on the business side, what we have been doing also during this quarter is releasing a couple of documents. So in the UIG, you can already see that we have delivered Chapter 5 and the Annex 1. This is a new chapter that we have released with everything that has to do with the data policy, access policy, etc. So we really recommend you to go and check this document. What we have also done is the update Chapter 7, explaining the initial migration, providing examples, giving additional information. And we have also released the new Chapter 9, where the deltas between SIAMED and XCVMPD and PMS are explained. So we have done all this during this quarter. What are we going to do during this quarter? And here is what we have, in principle, the big news. So if everything goes as planned and there is no blocker, we don't find any blocker on the tests that we are doing right now, We will be doing the PMS big go live. So we will be migrating the data from XCVMPD into PMS. This is happening between the 11th and the 16th of April. And this is why we have so many systems that are impacted by this go live. So Christina has just already explained that EAF is impacted, but then I will also explain you that other systems will be impacted also for this go live. This is the PMS go live, but we will also be doing the PMS API read go live. So by the end of May, we are planning to open the read API for industry and for NCAs. That means that we also need to do the integration of the roles in IAM production during next quarter. Apart from the go live, we will also continue doing other things. You already know that PMS next quarter is going to support, from next quarter is going to start supporting ESMP. So this is a task that you have here is an enabler to be able to support ESMP throughout the year. So we need to start implementing the capability to ingest the manufacturing business operations and also the pack sizes in PMS. Because ESMP will need this data in the future. Also, we will try to finalize the alignment of the FHIR message that we have to the latest version of the EUIG. Obviously, as in principle, we are going to go live. We need to have a hypercare on PMS. And as an additional feature, we will be analyzing the public API with public data. We are not going to release this. We will just, for the moment, open or try to start analyzing how can we open this public API. In the next slide, we have an impact of the systems that are going to be impacted by the PMS go live and also the dates. This is a notification that has been sent to all the trade associations, all the committees, everybody that might be impacted. Here you have a summary of the different systems. So you have, for example, ASU for the antimicrobial sales and use. You also have CTIS, EAF, EUDRA-CT, EUDRA-GMDP. You have the EMA Access Management Portal that is going to be impacted because OMS is impacted. Then you have IRIS that is going to be in a downtime from Friday till Monday. And then you have SciAmed, the Spore API, UPD, etc. I'm not going to go through all of them. The notification has been sent to all the users. This is in the public domain. So please be aware that you might suffer downtime due to the PMS go live. So we know that it's a big impact to all those systems, but we also know that it's a big achievement, the fact that we are able to go live with PMS and the data from XCVMPD. We have tried to minimize as much as possible the downtime, and this is the best plan that we have been able to come across. So hopefully you can understand that this is what we have been doing. And in the next slide, if you click again, sorry, we would really like to invite you to the PMS Info Day. So on the 16th of April, we are hosting, it's a face-to-face meeting, but it will also be broadcasted. We will have a PMS Info Day. We will give additional information, for example, for ESMP. We will be explaining the relationships between PMS and other systems such as the EAF, SPOR, ESMP, EPI. We will have the POs from those projects explaining how PMS is impacting them, how they are going to use the PMS data. So you have here the link. If you go to the event webpage at EMA webpage, you can search by PMS Info Day, you can register. So we would really like to invite you to this event. So this quarter, we are not doing any demo because as you can see, what we have been doing is just improving the system and preparing the system for the go live. So we don't have any new feature. Hopefully next quarter we can show you how PMS is gone in production, how the deltas are working, etc., etc. So if you want, Jean-Michel or Joris, we can go to the Q&A, because I see that we already have a couple of questions.
Indeed, we do, Marcos. So indeed, Joel Zimmer taking you through the questions and moderating the questions for PLM. So Marcos, top of the list is, how is it planned to bring the details of the packaging sizes for caps and naps into PMS/ESMP?
Yeah, so we will provide more information, as I said, on the PMS Info Day regarding the relationship between XEVMPD, PMS, and ESMP. In principle, you know that every change that has to be done in PMS should go through XEVMPD. So the idea is that pack sizes will be submitted for through XEVMPD. In XEVMPD, they will arrive, let's say, in PMS, and ESMP will be consuming the data from PMS. It is important to understand that pack sizes are already in XEVMPD for all caps and for some of the naps. So whenever the authorization number is provided at pack size level, these pack sizes are already in XEVMPD. MA holders will have to do an exercise for those countries where the authorization number is provided at product level. And for those products, and not for all of them, we will provide more information on the info day. For those products, they will need to submit the pack sizes through XEVMPD. And again, Deltas will send them to PMS, and from PMS, ESMP will be consuming the data.
Thank you, Marcos. Then the next question up is another one from Laurent Descpert. Is it now confirmed that the enrichment of manufacturer and package information will go through PMS and not via XEVMPD or any other manual way?
Well, the point is, there is no other way than doing it through PMS, because we don't have manufacturers in XEVMPD. So the only way to submit manufacturers in order to support ESMP is through PMS. So again, we will be providing more information. It's not the scope of the demo, but we can reply. We will be, and we are already working on it, on the edit pages of the product UI. Veronica will explain you more later about the product UI, but the idea is that the edit pages will be available on the product UI, so manufacturers and the business operations can be submitted through the product UI. We will also try to open the PMS API right, so users can also connect machine to machine and provide manufacturers data through the API. The package information, there will be two ways. As I said, XEVMPD, but some information will also be submitted through the product UI or through the PMS API. So yeah, this is the information that we have for the moment.
So, and that's a short answer, but indeed, had the PMS Info Day for more detail. Then we have Elisabeth Godet. Is there any plan to publish the consolidated XEVMPD RMS mappings?
Yes. We will be publishing this. Actually, I've been really busy now with the demo, the PI, and the test that I'm doing for the Go Live. But yes, there is a plan to publish the Excels. I will come back to the RMS team, and also as part for us and EV. So there is a plan to do it. So hopefully we will be doing it as soon as possible.
I think that'll be very welcome.
Yes.
Then we have Mark Willoughby with, based on the timeline slide, should we expect to reach PMS Go Live without a final version of chapters 3 or 4?
No. Okay. So chapter 3 is a chapter where we will be covering the process. For the moment, there is no change on the process. So XEVMPD still applies. And there is no direct submission to PMS. There is no change on the process. So we are not publishing any chapter 3. Now, I've already advanced that we will be using PMS to submit manufacturers. So whenever this capability is in place, we might then update chapter 3. And the same will happen with chapter 4. There is no change for the moment. With this go live, we are just putting the data in PMS, but still the process is ESMP submissions, etc., etc. So that's why we are not updating those chapters, because there is no, let's say, no impact on those processes or anything like this.
Okay, clear. Thank you. So then we have a question by Mark Willoughby, overtaking the other question that we just answered by Mark Willoughby. There is no pack size in XEVMPD. There's a package description which is taken from SMPC, which may cover multiple pack sizes. I think this will be a significant challenge to implement. I think maybe you already gave a partial answer to that, Marcos.
Yeah. So chapter 3.2 of XEVMPD already covers this. If you are submitting your record in EV covering multiple pack sizes, then the package description should cover all of them. But you already have the, let's say, the opportunity or the capability to submit individual records to EV for individual pack sizes. Then the package description is also used to describe the individual pack sizes. So we will also give you tips and more information on how can you do that. At the end, what you will have to do is submit one record per pack size in XEVMPD and use the package description to say, okay, this is the pack of 20 tablets. This is the one for 80 tablets. You will use the package description to provide this information on the pack size. But again, we will be providing additional information. If you want, you can also read chapter 3.2 of XEVMPD, because the information is already there.
Thank you, Marcos. Then we have Anna Teidigsman. Multiplying XEVMPD entries over pack size, how will EMA ensure third ACK a review for the batch of EV codes belonging together? So D5 pack size is 5 EV codes. Otherwise, synchronization for marketing authorization holders is near impossible due to changes the EMA implements.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So in principle, for the moment, we are already doing the validation of EV codes that belong to the same medicinal product, let's say, by the same person. So we reduce, the variety of validations that can happen. Nevertheless, what I'm doing is also implementing an improvement of the validation process that we do at EMA. So we make sure that EV codes that will belong to the same medicinal product in PMS are validated by the same person in the same day to reduce the amount of discrepancies between the validations. This is something that I have already advanced to the SMEs. I will prepare the draft process and the improvement, but I will also share it with them so they can provide their comments, suggestions, improvements that they also would do. But we already have something planned, not only to avoid discrepancies, but also to improve the how fast we validate those records. Because we also think that we will start receiving a big amount of records in XEVMPD, and we want to have them validated as soon as possible. So there is a plan already to improve this.
Yeah. And Marcos, just you mentioned SMEs. That's the subject matter experts that the product team is working with. Yeah? That's the selected ones.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have Jean-Michel Cahen. You can tell when the PMS product UI will be live, read only. Is it in May 2 for CAPS?
Yeah. So here I will keep the hype, and Veronica Lipuzzi will give you more information in the next slot, which is related to the product UI.
Great. Okay. Then we have Ginevra Del Vecchio. After go live, if a date change will occur in XEMPD, will this automatically be reflected in PMS as well? How often will the two sync?
Yes. So we have the deltas from XEMPD to PMS. So any data that is changed in XEMPD will automatically be reflected in PMS. Another thing is that you will see it or not, because for the moment we are going live, but you will not be able to see this data because the API is not available, product UI is not available. So it's like, okay, go live. And the sync is happening almost real time. And with that feature that I explained at the beginning, it is almost happening instantly. So I'm testing it now, and it's really, really fast. In a matter of seconds, I'm receiving the update in PMS.
That'll be very welcome news to people. So with that, it is 9:40. I'm sure that if you can answer more questions in writing, that'll be appreciated, Marcos. But then we will hand over back to Jean-Michel to introduce the next demo.
Thank you very much, Marcos and Joris. Very interesting demo on that one. So we are moving to around also PMS. So it's the product user interface. And I will give the floor to Veronica, who will demo what happened. And she has also some news for many people. I think they are interested to see when the product user interface will go live. And I remind you, you can give your feedback for the people who just joined us through Slido, through the polls or through the Q&A. Through the polls, it's public, and sorry, it's not public. This is how you can give your feedback directly to the team. And if you choose to go public and to have your question answered publicly by Veronica just after the demo, if time permits, you can use the Q&A. And don't forget to choose the right room of a product, so we have a more precise way to sort out the questions. And now I can hand over the floor to Veronica.
Many thanks to Jean-Michel, and good morning, everyone. I am Veronica Lipucci, PMS co-product owner with Marcos, and today I'm presenting what we have been able to deliver in Q1 this year and what we aim to deliver for the next quarter. So again, for PUI and PMS, we have a big announcements to make. But before, I would like to explain you what we've been able to do from January until today. As Marcos mentioned, we are aiming to open in Q2 PMS, but PMS will be readable not only via PMS API, but also via product user interface. In order to enable this, we have been designing and integrated into IAM and PUI the user roles, because of course the users will have to be registered first in IAM to be able to retrieve the roles, being accepted, and then to access product user interface. So we spent around 2 months to design and agree with the teams on the specific roles that we wanted to create, and then we requested the integration across different platforms. One of these is IAM, but then of course, because product user interface is also relying on Iris Dataverse, we had also to request the integration into Iris to make sure this can be reflected in PUI. It's mostly technical, but it's something that will enable the go live. We have been also working in deploying some edit pages because, as Marcos was mentioning, over these years, our goal will be to support also ESMP. And to support ESMP, the user needs to be able to edit the product's data that they are able to access via PUI. So we are progressing also on this aspect. And one of the biggest achievements that I would like to announce is that we managed also to successfully launch and pass the beta UAT for product UI. I will give you more information in my next slides, but this is considered an enabler for the go live and the opening of product user interface in Q2. As you may have known, in the past system demo, we have been raising some concerns about the needs to improve either the performances of the system, but also the design and the accessibility on a timely manner of the product's data. We have been working very hard with our technical and development team to improve the performances and the accessibility of PUI data. And also we are starting designing the way the data can be not only edited for the ESMP scope, but also enriched, because we are aware that even though we have been migrating data from XCVMPD and from SciMed, our internal EMA database, there will be for sure some empty fields. So that's why the enrichment process is one of the key aspects that we've been working on over Q1. Related to the successful POI beta UAT, the most important things to highlight is that amongst the 312 bugs that we have received, most of them are not actually bugs. We have been requesting our testers to submit any comments and any feedback, even for improvement as a bug, but then we have been able to use some labels to track them. There are no blocker, just 60 of them still needs to be processed, and 10 or 12 have been processed and considered bugs. So for now, nothing is really a blocker for the go live, and I think this is a great achievement, and I would like to publicly thank all the testers among the network and also the volunteers among the trade association and industry. As I said, we had also successfully tested the way the user can register and access POI. This was also positively achieved. We just received few recommendations to improve possibly the way the data fields are named, to make it more user-friendly for general users, and also to improve the contents of the registration process and some navigation guides that we have been creating so far. An additional point is that in parallel with the launch of this beta UAT, we have been also able to merge another scope, which is testing the performances of the accessibility of the data in POI. This is something that was requested to be performed internally, so I'm very happy that we can announce that even the performances have been confirmed to be successfully to have successfully passed the test. There will be a few more testing across the platform, because PLM portal doesn't host only the product user interface. You know, it hosts also the electronic application form and the e-product information. So the agency will aim to test more deeply the platform. Now, coming to what we aim to do for the next quarter, so Q2 24, of course, the big announcements for us, and which is also the very much awaited, I think, for all of you, is the go live of the PMS product interface hosted in the PLM portal. We aim the same date to open this portal in the same date as the API. So end of May, there will be ad hoc announcements on the official EMA channels, and also some targeted communication across the network and trade associations as well, trade organizations. So to be able to open the go live, we have few more steps that we need to achieve. And now that we have been successfully tested the UAT roles in POI, we are requesting the promotion of the production POI roles into IAM production. This will be delivered close to the go live date. We will announce it, of course, when this will be able. And along with this delivery, we also plan to release an updated chapters 1 to explain the registration process between PMS API and PMS PUI for user to take into consideration. We also plan to release additional pages for, to release the pages for accessing the data. The go live will be focused on the read only, so please bear in mind that the edit functionality won't be enabled. What you will be able to see will be, of course, all the pages that we have been creating, and also the export functionalities. We have been creating Power BI reports, a way to extract information, to export information in an Excel or XML format. So today I'm gonna demo all of these functionalities, so you can already start having a flavor of how this is working. An additional point, as I was mentioning, we will be monitoring the performances of the view pages, because of course we want to make sure that it doesn't take too much time for the user to load the data and access them. We have few more extra go-live activities. These are mostly focused for the next goal, supporting ESMP team in allowing, of course, the possibility to submit additional data as a enrichment process, but also to being able to properly edit the pages and the data that you have. So today, I will be focusing on them in demoing few aspects. Just a refresh for you on how we can access and navigate across the PUI. Then we have been introduced, we are basically working out and exploring how PMS can be linked the electronic product information. So it's mostly a proof of concept, but I would like to show you how and what we are thinking about as the next steps for a relationship between PMS and EPI. Then I will demo how to access the Power BI reports for any kind of data analytics or activity you may need to perform on your own data, and also how to access the product user interface guidances that we have been released. In the next slide, I would like to focus a little bit instead of the results of the beta UAT. As I was mentioning before, we have merged a few scopes into one single UAT. So first of all, we wanted the testers to make sure that the way they can access PUI, so the registration process, works as it was in production. So this was the first scope, and I'm glad, as I was announcing before, this has successfully passed. There are a few recommendations, which I will mention later, but this is passed. Then we wanted also to make sure that the design, the layout, and the way user can navigate across PUI pages also works as expected. And also to make sure, because you may be aware that for PMS, accessing PMS data, industry, in particular the industry, but also NCA, can request two types of roles. And depending on which roles you may request, you might be able to access confidential or non-confidential data. So we wanted really to test that the implementation of the access and security was working and behaving as expected. So it was a quite intense test. We started with the first round on the 4th to the 15th of March. It took one sprint, so 2 weeks. The testers all connected and requested the roles. And then right after, the EMA started to identify, after the triage, the bugs that should have received the priority for the go live, and to make sure that nothing was a blocker, or if it was a blocker, to prioritize it. We also plan on a second round of UAT for this specific test, because we would like the tester to make sure that whatever they have identified can also be confirmed as fixed. Here, just for your information, we really wanted to have it before the go live, but since we haven't identified any blocker, we have decided that this can be done in Q3. Ideally, we hope by July we will be able to start the second round of UAT with our testers. Now, how many testers? We had 62 testers, and among them we had 18 from NCAs, so the network. And just for your information, 10 NCAs, and here I reported the member states that have contributed to this very valuable test, have been Belgium, Croatia, Cyprus, and so on. But also we have engaged quite a lot with the trade organizations. A total of 7 trade organizations volunteered, and in total we had 44 industry testers, users, and they were split between qualified and regular users. So we really like to thank all of these participants, because you achieved and you make a very valuable comments to us. So thank you very much. The main findings, as I was mentioning, the PUI registration process was the key aspect, along with the readability of the data and the navigation in PUI. So we have got very valuable feedback, recommendation on the way the user, in case they have to request a role for more organization, their suggestion was to facilitate, of course, their work. So to request to have the possibility in IAM account management to submit the selection of multiple organizations when submitting their user role request. I'm very glad to inform you that this was taken on board, and we are deeply working with the IAM team, and I am aware that they are working to make this possible. So hopefully, I really hope this will be able for the go live, and we will keep you posted, of course. We had also very minor improvements on how the registration guides, so the registration process should be improved, in particularly because the PLM portal is hosting not only PUI, but also EAF. So we noticed that we had to clarify a little bit better the type of role that should be requested between EAF and PUI. So close to the go live, please expect all of these guidance is being made available on the PLM portal. And specifically, I will demo where you might be able to find it. Regarding the PUI read pages instead, we have received positive feedback on the utility indeed of the Power BI reports, and also few recommendations on how to improve our navigation guides, and also, as I was saying, the way the names of the fields are displayed. We have been taking this on board, and few improvements related to the search functionality and the filtering criteria, as well as few data fixes related to an RMS list named country that we have already taken on board for that. Now, with all of this in mind, if I may request to share, I would like to share with you the demo. I will demo the PLM portal and show you a couple of showcases, in particularly focused on how we can navigate across PUI, how can we access the product, the Power BI reports, and also how to access the knowledge base article. If I can share. And
yes, you can, Veronica, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can see my screen. I'm just sharing.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So, colleagues, first of all, this is the PLM portal. You might be very confident by now on how to access it. And I would like to start with showing how, first of all, to log in, you might know already, and then how to access and navigate across the page. So as you can see, I'm now logged in. This is, of course, my EMA account. So I will be able to see all the EMA products that we have in PMS. If you click on the owned products, or you can even decide to access your own products via products of my organization, you will be directed in the same main page, which is the page that will be showing you how you can search for your data. So imagine you don't want to set any filter, you just want to access any product that you are owning, you just click on search, and you will be able to see all the data that you are actually owning. Please bear in mind that your access is based on your org ID, so you will be able to see the products based indeed on the org ID. So imagine you want to have a more focused way of filtering the products that you want to access. You can either, there are a set of fields here, so most of them, they are free text fields, because of course the PMS, am I sharing, colleagues? I hope I'm sharing, because I got an
Yes, we can see.
You absolutely are.
Yeah.
Great. Real live system demo. So I was saying, some of the fields are free text fields, and some others, they are based on RMS lists. So they are actually related to RMS terms that we have embedded into PLM portal. So you can either decide to filter based on one or multiple terms, or just via the NIH order. So in any way, you will be able, by searching, clicking on searching, to access the data. Now, this is UAT, so it's no production environment. So you will see some of the data that do not really are not really complete, but in any case, this is also acceptable because we are showing you how the data can be made available. But let's assume I want to see one of the functionalities that we as a PMS team are looking for. So creating a link between the PMS datasets and the EPI, SMPC, and product information that has been created in EPI products environment area. So I'm looking for the specific products. This is imatinib Teva 100 milligrams film-coated tablets. We have been designing these pages based on the UAG Chapter 2 and also based on the requirements that electronic application form needs. So you might be able to see some data that are not included in the UAG Chapter 2 because those are part of the our EAF products. So just for your information, we will be releasing a document that will share all of these details in terms of data elements that are available and reused across different platforms. But imagine you are in your products. This is, as I was saying, is 100 milligram film-coated tablets. I want to see the results of the EPI electronic product information that I have been previously able to create. I can go to the attachment documents. If you remember, based on Chapter 2, attachment document is a section, a class actually, where user can link any product's information as authorized. So in this specific case, we made a proof of concept to show that the user can access the linked API that was created. Just to give you an understanding, we have series of elements under this class. You will see the language, you will see the type of document. The type of document is based on the product information document type list, which is a list in RMS. The effective date, which is corresponding to the date has authorized. Now, this is a dummy data, so please don't consider it as it was in production. Then the status of the document, and I think one of the most interesting feature is the URL value. So if you click on the linked API, we would like to merge the relationships in PMS PUI datasets to the API. So in this case, I am I'm accessing the API. And I would like to focus on the film-coated tablets because I need to access. So in this case, I click here and I will be able to see all the information that I'm looking for. Again, we are exploring the functionality. This won't be released with the go live, but we believe it will be very interesting to explore it. And of course, this product, it doesn't have only one PMS ID. If you notice, the product has also the 400 milligram, so you can actually do the same. We would like to, of course, to include the same information across all the PMS IDs that we know will be linked to these products upon creation. So here is the 400 milligram film-coated tablets. I have also other 2 PMS IDs to show you, but we don't have time. So just for you to see, you will see this reflected across the same area, and then you will be able again to click and access the same content as I was displaying before. So as I was mentioning, this is something that we are looking for. Now, there is also another feature that instead will be enabled for the go live, and I'm talking about the reports. So the reports are a way for the users to access the product's data and to make some data analytics activities. This might be very useful in case you have a big portfolio or in case you need to have a first look on specific information. But then, of course, we recommend you to have to search by PMS ID in case you need to take a proper action. So as you can see here, we have created a product visualization as a bunch of reports and where the product's data can be classified based on the MAH. Of course, my access is an EMA access, so I can see all the products, all the MAHs, but if you're accessing with your own, you will be able to see only yours organization products. If I click, you will see that this is super dynamic tabs. Imagine I just want to focus on generics. Of course, automatically, by the time I will click on just one, all the other pages will be automatically updated because I'm focusing on this information. So I can have also a tab based on the authorization status. I can see how many they are valid, how many they've been transferred. If I want to focus on the transferred ones, I will be able, of course, to see the dynamics reports to change all over the time. So we think this is something very useful. We also got very positive feedback from our testers, and we hope it can facilitate your work once we will go live. You can also see the products by country, by active substance. If I want to see in ibuprofen how many they are available, and based on the country, I will see the results reflected over here. Another tab is filtering based on those forms. So you may see that based on your portfolio, you will see the vast majority, in this case, we have in Europe field-coated tablets, but there are many other type of pharmaceutical dose forms. And the same for procedure type. So you will see that this is quite extensive data analytics activities that you can do. There are also few filters that you can facilitate your search on. Here we have authorization status. You can search, you can deselect, you can select the valid, you can focus on whatever you think it might be more useful for your activity. And the same for other types of filter that we are embedded into these Power BI reports. This is not the only one. This is just to see all your portfolio. Then you can go deeper and deeper, and we have the products details Power BI reports. In this case, you will be able to see the details about your specific product. So for instance, I want to focus on the product I was showing before, imatinib. And here you can see that you have a similar reflection of what you can already receive as a result by launching the query in your own products. But an additional thing is that you can also have more options here. There is an option to export the data or to show as a tab. So we are really trying to improve at the best before they go live, but this is something that can be even more useful for you. You can export the data, you can decide the layout. In this case, I'll take the current layout just for the sake of demo. And then you will notice that you can actually access the product information extracted in an Excel file. We don't have much time, but I would like also to quickly show you another tab, which is the manufacturing operation. In this case, again, I have all the PMS ID, all the full names information. You can select based on your filter. You can, if you're interested to specific PMS ID products, you can include it here, and this will give you the same results. If you click on manufacturers, you will be able to access all the confidential information. Now we are in a public system demo, so excuse me if I don't click here because these are all confidential information, but I assure you that this is working already. Then we have a few more reports, which are the ingredients reports, and here you will find for specific products the ingredients, and also the strengths. I will click on the ingredient tab, but not in the strengths because this is also confidential. And here you will be able to access all the active substances in a schematic way, a tab that explains to you which are the substance ID, the role, and the names. If you click here, you will see also the strengths, but I'm not clicking here because we are these are confidential. Last but not least is a tab that will give you more visibility of the packages, how these are reported based on a PMS ID, but also on other information. If you click here, again, you can use filters. If you don't want to see all your portfolio, you just want to focus on one single product, You can use the filters here, and you will be able to retrieve the information only based on the searching criteria that you are looking for. In this case, it takes a little bit, so that's why we need to improve the performances, but it will give you the details of the packages level of these informations. Let's see if it takes time. If not, I will skip this part and I will apologize. It takes time, by the way, because I selected not only one product, but many products. So that's why it takes a lot. In the interest of time, I will move to show you the PMS guidance. So if you click here on the PMS guidance, you will be able to see a page reporting several guidances. If you expand here, you will have a link. So you have the registration guide, the known issue, and the POI navigation guide. So I do apologize. I can ensure this it should be a picture that is working, but it's my computer not displaying that. So it's specifically an issue that I do have. Same here. But here it's a very dynamic documents and pages. This is called a knowledge base article, and it will show you all the information, how to register, you can expand, how to grant the roles, and so on. Just for your information, you will see that this is purely focused on UAT because this was the scope for the beta UAT. Once we will go to production, you will see, of course, the production roles being reflected here. And I think I have covered everything, and we have 5 minutes for questions, so I'll give the floor back to Joris. Thank you very much.
It's up to Joris. So we have some, thank you very much, Veronica. We have some questions for you. So the first question by Laurent is when the go live dates, PMS, product UI read, and the coming activity like the enriched pack size, enriched manufacturer to support ESMP by February 2025. So is it possible to build and share a roadmap for the next 9 to 12 months?
I would say that this is very much needed. Of course, it's an activity that we need to deal in cooperation with multiple products owners. In this case, it's not only ESMP, but it's also additional colleagues that we need to involve, such as the IRIS core teams. But yes, this is something that we need to look at it and release it.
Sorry, just a comment here. If you go to the PMS deep dive webinar, the 3 last slides are 3 timelines where you can see PMS, EAF, and also ESMP. Where are we going to deliver the impact for industry, impact for NCAs? So I think it's a very useful document that you can read regarding the timelines. But we will try to do something more specific also on the info day.
Thank you, Marcos.
Joris?
Yeah, no, let's squeeze in one more there from Ginevra Dovecchio. Oh, wait, that was just overtaken. Apologies. So let's try and squeeze in Anna Teidigsman's question. What happens if fields are edited in the product user interface, although they are XEVMPD fields, for example, name? Will there be a backward migration into XEVMPD, or is it foreseen first edit in PMS, you stay with the update enrichment in PMS?
So I think here Marcos is the expert that can reply because this is related to XEVMPD. But just for your information, we are not delivering the feedback look into the XEVMPD from PMS. So this is something that we will look at it later on. But of course, if you're amending information in product user interface, so in PMS, this will have to be also reflected into XEVMPD in case this is a data element that is co-shared. But I will leave the floor to Marcos because he's more, he's an expert on XEVMPD. Maybe Marcus, you want to
Yeah.
integrate?
So the fact that you can see the edit on the name on the edit pages of the product UI doesn't mean that we are going to enable this field to be editable. So when we open the edit pages of the product UI, you will be able to edit only manufacturers and only this section. The rest of the page will be blocked. That is because you cannot update fields that are also part of XCMPD, because as I explained also before, you update XCMPD and from XCMPD it goes to PMS. We will only enable the edit of fields that are not part of XCMPD, like manufacturers.
Thank you, Marcos. Then let's quickly squeeze in Ginevra Del Vecchio's question. PMS product user interface go live, will it be both for CAPS and NAPS?
So in Q2, so at the same time we enable to open PMS API, product user interface go live will focus on CAPS only data. The NAPS data, so non-centralized authorized products, will be released in the next quarter. This is because there is an additional steps for the product user interface. As was mentioned before, we have we take the information from PMS to Iris Dataverse, and from Iris Dataverse, these are made available and loaded in product user interface. We have an extra step, and because of the need to enhance the functionality, to enhance the performances of the systems, because NAPS products are a quite big portfolio in comparison to CAPS, we had, unfortunately, to schedule a second release for NAPS only in Q3. So we're really targeting Q3 for NAPS release.
Thank you, Veronica. As I think everyone online can also see, there's a lot of questions with a lot of upvotes. We are heading into the break, I believe. So we've agreed with the team indeed that they will indeed also look at answering these questions in writing. And indeed, just a reminder that the Q&A will be uploaded on the announcement page for this demo. So we'll be answering a lot more questions in writing, but for now, indeed, 10-minute intermission before we continue with electronic product information. Thank you very much, Veronica, and of course also Marcos for straining your voice that little bit longer. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Veronica and Joris and Marcos for supporting Veronica. And we will propose a small break for people to be able to breathe a little bit. And we are back at 10:25. In the meantime, we leave the Slido QR code so you can continue to post your comments or question. And any question we don't have time to answer verbally will be answered by writing, and they will be published on our corporate website. Thank you very much, and see you in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. So we are going to the next product, which is the electronic product information known as EPI. I would like to remind you before to hand over to Elizabeth how to give your feedback to the product team or comments. So we have two ways to do it. If you log to Slido via the QR code, you will have the polls or Q&A. The Q&A will be public and the question will be upvoted. Well, we encourage you to upvote the questions and we will try to answer as much as possible according to the time to the most upvoted questions. And then if you go to the poll, your comments or feedback will be directly sent to the product team and won't be public. So the Q&A is for public question and answer, and the poll for more direct, not public question and comments. So I will hand over to Elizabeth for what has been achieved on EPI the last quarter.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. My name is Elizabeth Scanlon. I'm the product owner for EPI. I do that role along with Evan Drusis from the Spanish agency, and it's me demoing today. And in this slide, we're showing you on the left side our objectives and achievements from the last quarter, so the PI that's just finished. We had one of our objectives, which we achieved during this PI, which was to do a lot of consolidation of the EPI product that we developed so far. And this involved work on maintenance, documentation, and some optimization work. So this was carried out during the last PI. Now, the second achievement and objective of the last PI was also relating to the ongoing EPI pilot. So as you are aware, we currently have companies in the EPI portal and they're creating EPI, and this is being published by regulators in real regulatory procedures as part of our ongoing pilot. So we've been continuing to provide support here. And in fact, we also have the Spanish agency, AMPS, have actually completed all the procedures in their pilot. And we still have some more ongoing procedures. I'll give you a snapshot of the pilot in a minute. One of the work that we completed in the last 3 months was upgrading the Fire to release 5, and this is now completed and in production. And we have some functionality, and we want to demo this for you today, which is regarding EPI sections. So we can now move the EPI sections, the appropriate EPI sections up and down in the portal, and this really supports compliance with the QRD template. I'll demo that in a minute. So also just to have a look forward to what are the objectives for the next quarter and what are the things that we're planning to work on in the next 3 months, which we've just been working on and deciding in our PI planning event, which is just completed. So of course we have the pilot ongoing, and as I mentioned, Spain has finished its procedures, but we still have ongoing procedures and some procedures yet to start. So our first priority is to support the pilot participants. Now, a very important functionality that is really required, I think, in order to offer functionality for creating EPI is Fire upload functionality, and we're planning on working on this in the next 3 months. So what this would offer would be, it would offer companies the ability to come to the portal, create a new EPI, and then upload the Fire EPI from their system rather than as an alternative to going into the editor and creating EPI in the editor. So it's a different way that companies will be able to create EPI in the future. In addition, we're preparing the Fire schema for EPI and the Fire profiles, preparing them for publication in the next quarter. And we're also going to work on automated testing. This is something for our testing within the team, but it's very important now that we have a stable, relatively stable functionalities in various places in the portal. We're going to implement automated testing to make our whole testing procedure more efficient. And we're also planning to perform a UAT on the portal functionality, on the entirety of the portal functionality, with the exception of the Fire upload that I've just described. So I'll just want to move to the next slide to briefly give you a snapshot of where we are with the EPI pilot. So as you know, the pilot is ongoing at EMA and at the agencies in Spain, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Sweden. And at the moment, we have 15 EPIs which have been published in the pilot, so which are completed. We have some ongoing procedures. So we have 2 ongoing procedures for centralized procedures and 3 ongoing procedures for national procedures. And then in total, we have 5 procedures which have yet to start. So this gives an overview of where we are. We're moving quite well through the pilot, and we are learning a lot and getting a lot of valuable experience. And please allow me to thank the pilot participants, both from the regulator side and from the company side, for their enthusiastic participation and all the valuable feedback that we are getting. Here on the right-hand side, you can see just a screenshot from the PLM portal where the EPI, the published EPIs are available. So we invite you to go to the PLM portal and you can click on the published EPIs tile there. You don't need necessarily even to be logged into the PLM portal, and then you can view the published EPIs, you can browse them, and you can go into each EPI and have a closer look, and you can also export to Word and export to Fire from there. We demoed this in the previous system demo. So now I will just move to my demo where I'm just going to show you the functionality for the EPI sections.
Yes, Libby, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, you should be present now.
Now I hope you can see.
Yes, we can, Libby. Go ahead.
Excellent. So I'm inside the PLM portal now, and I'm in a summary of product characteristics document. So this is an EPI I have created, and those of you who have been involved in testing and in the pilot are very familiar with this interface. We have the different documents here up at the top. And so the functionality that we have been working on and developed is something that's really been asked for a lot by our pilot participants and by our testers. So let's have a look, for example, here, let's go to section 4.6 of the SMPC. And within the section 4.6, which is a mandatory section, it's possible to add non-mandatory subsections. And these are very familiar to everybody. These are the QRD template subsections. And for these standard mandatory sections and subsections, the order is defined by the QRD template, and it's not possible to change the order. So here, for example, I've just added some of the standard non-mandatory subsections under 4.6. So here it's fertility, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. But of course, what happens is that the company may wish to add another section, which is not in the QRD template at this level, which is, of course, allowed. Let's add one now. And at certain levels within the EPI, it is certainly acceptable for the company to add their own custom subsections. So here we have a section being added, say, women of childbearing potential. However, the company has added this, but does not want this to be down at the bottom of section 4.6. They want, and CHMP wants this section to be directly under 4.6. So by default, this section is added at the bottom of 4.6, but we now have the functionality that we can move this upwards so that these sections with this equal level of hierarchy, they can appear wherever you want, and you can move them up and down as you wish. Of course, also as the EPI evolves, you may need to do this as well. So here we can either move up or move down, and now we're going to move this up to the top. And also to note here that a modal appears to let you know that if you want to move this section upwards, the subsections under this section will also be moved upwards. So now we came to the EPI, we decided we needed this extra subsection, we decided it needed to be directly here under 4.6, so we are able to move this up. And of course, we could also move it down as well as we need to. So this is functionality that was needed in order to make EPIs from many existing PIs, but also to make EPIs, new EPIs that are compliant with the QRD and compliant with what the company and the CHMP want to have. Just another quick look in the package leaflet, for example. Here we are. We have section 3 of the package leaflet and how to take the medicine. And we want to add a section, let's say, if you forget to take the medicine. So this is a standard non-mandatory section, which we'll add here under section 3. Now we want to add also a custom section. Let's say something like how much medicine to take. Maybe this requires its own subsection, but we want this not to be here underneath, but we want to move it upwards. So we can move it up and we'll be warned again about the subsections. And now it goes directly under 3. So this is functionality that we knew we needed from the testing, from the pilot participants, from our existing PIs that are in QRD, and we hope it will enable users to make EPI exactly how they want and compliant with the template. So this concludes the demo for today, and I look forward to answering questions and to updating you also in the next system demo.
And we have a few, Libby. So top of the list is Mark Willoughby, who says, congratulations on the progress you've made to date. Could you give your thoughts about how you expect EPI to interact with PMS? What kind of data and what the process might look like?
This is something, as you've seen from Veronica, that we're really excited to start exploring. We always have seen the possibilities and the great and exciting possibilities for linking between EPI and PMS, and we're starting to look now about how this might work. So first of all, the very first thing will be that the EPI will be linked to the PMS so that you will know from which product in PMS which EPI is related to that. And then we'll look at all the data and moving forward, what might be the best pieces of data that we can use in different ways for different use cases. And we're looking forward to elaborating on that a little bit more in the upcoming PMS Info Day. So I will say that there are definitely exciting links that we can make there and ways that we can really leverage the data. And we will look forward to elaborating on that more in the upcoming events.
Thank you. Then we have an anonymous asker. Would chat changes be available in the tool?
This is not part of what we're developing at the moment. And so it's certainly, I would say, not part of what we would like to maybe move forward and implement at the beginning. But of course, as we advance and increase the functionalities, this will be something that we will look at. But for right now, it will not be available initially.
Thank you, Libby. I'm going to squeeze in one more question there. Will the EPI completely replace the product information upload in the ECTD sequence?
And certainly, it's something that we will look at moving forward. But the current planned business process, and actually I would invite anybody who's interested to go to the PLM portal to the guidance section, where we have our initial procedural guidance. And for now, it's the plan is that EPI will work alongside the upload in ECTD of the Word and PDF documents. So this is the initial business process that we would plan to implement, and more details are in that or in the procedural guidance at the PLM portal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Libby. There's a lot more questions, so we hope you have a little bit of time to perhaps also answer them in writing. And again, that will be available on the event page as a document within a couple of days. And then I'll hand over back to Jean-Michel to introduce the next demo. Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Elizabeth and Joris. So we are moving on to the regulatory procedure management area, known as ARIS. And I think here we have Sonia and Madalina, who will show us what happened in the last 3 months. So I would like to remind you quickly how to give feedback and questions to the team. I would like also to remind you that's the main goal of the system demo, is really to get your feedback to allow the team to understand what they need to improve or what they need to do to make a better product for you. So you have 2 ways Two ways to report your feedback or your question is through Q&A on Slido or the polls. The Q&A will be public and will be answered by Sonia and Madalina if the time permits, or in the polls, it will be sent to them and will be kept for them only. So don't forget to choose the right room to make sure we understand to which product you are giving your feedback. And now I'm handing over to Sonia and Madalina. Over to you.
Good morning. My name is Madalina Duțămare. I'm the product owner for regulatory procedure management implementation in IRIS as part of the product lifecycle management value stream. Today, we are going to talk about our PI objectives and achievement in the last quarter. We are happy to report that we have had a great quarter and we have achieved all our objectives. The most important is going live with our first processes for a subset of products for veterinary and human use. These procedures are variations, Article 61.3 notifications and marketing authorization transfers as applicable. We only went live for around 111 products. However, the processes are fully developed, and this was a great milestone for us. So we are happy to have implemented all the enablers and all the functionalities required for case management for these procedures. More than this, we also started development of our next set of processes, which we call EPIC 2. And this is, we initiated a development for PSURs, extension of application or line extension, renewals, annual assessments, post-authorization measures as well. Before the demo, so today Sonia is going to demo for you periodic safety update reports, PSURs, which are, well, the highlight of this EPIC. And we are demoing this because it's quite different from the variation implementation for the other processes. You see here line extension, renewal, and annual assessment and post-authorization measures. We have borrowed quite a lot from the variations implementation, so that would have been more or less a repeat. Hence, Sonia will demo the PSURs. But I would like to draw your attention for a bit, just to give you an update of the roadmap, because we also have a bit of an announcement. So keep your eyes and ears around the laptops and your screens. In the next slide, I'm going to show you our updated roadmap. And in the first swim lane, it's basically the end or the completion of the first set of procedures. But now in our second swim lane, in the second set of procedures we are developing called EPIC 2, we have moved a little bit forward. So earlier, our development to accommodate basically development of the entire life cycle this year for the post-authorization processes. And this means PSURs, post-authorization measures, extensions of applications, renewals, annual assessment, passes and referrals. So more or less everything what fits in the post-authorization and product life cycle. This is due for development for this year. And in Q3, we'll have a testing phase and, of course, some pre-rollout improvements or fixes with a plan to be ready for a full rollout of all centrally approved life cycles for products, for vet and veterinary and human products, to be ready to manage them in IRIS for Q1 so for 1st of January 2025, to say so. So the go live may be a little bit informally in Q4, but the real rollout will be 1st of January 2025 to, well, meet our new fee regulation obligations, basically. And this is something which is new because will affect all the marketing authorization holders for centrally approved products, but also the other marketing authorization holders for nationally approved products when EMA is in the lead for a procedure. So here I'm referring to SUSA NAP, SUSA NAP CAP, so the PSU single assessments. And if the case referral and passes, which include nationally MRPDCP and centrally approved products, when of course EMA is in the lead, so they would be managed in IRIS. This is what is very important. We will keep enforcing this communication to our stakeholders, and was I think the very first time when we have an update for you on the roadmap. I think we will have some questions coming up, so please feel free to ask questions after Sonia's demo. We also have a third swim lane to be able to fully decommission our current case management system, SIMED, so that will include some in the future, so after 2024. Development of the marketing authorization application and some other residual processes we have in SIMED and data. And with this, I will like to hand over to my colleague Sonia, who will demo for you the PSUR process, or well, as much as we could develop in this quarter, but it's quite interesting, and I invite you to pay attention to it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Let me share my screen so I can show you.
Yes, Sonia, we can see your screen.
Okay,
Go
perfect.
ahead.
Good. Excellent. So we have created in our case management system on our side functionalities that are needed for the PSUR process. So you can see we have here the EUID list entry on our case landing page. So if I click on here, the card for the EUID list entry for this procedure opens. So I have here the EUID list number, which is the procedure number, or the PSUSA number as per the EUID list, and the resources and details for this procedure as per the EUID list. So if I go back to the case, so you can see we have some basic details on the landing page on our case management system. If we go further to the application details tab, we can also see the details I showed you just now, a little view, so that we have it available without the need for clicking on our case management system. We have the ability to select the procedure type, which would be CAP or mixed CAP NAP or NAP only procedures. We can also select an RMP yes or no. As you know, an RMP is possible to submit with a PSUR in very limited circumstances. We can also, this is not unchanged from the variations process, so annexes affected in case the recommendation of the procedure goes for variation. Under the products, we have a main change because PSURs are all standalone submissions and we don't have one lead product. So we have removed the functionality of the lead product from this case tab, so we can list products and also the package products related to the case. And this is the test environment, of course. So everything you see here is not based on any real life procedure, but this for demonstration only. With the timetables, we remain very similar to the variations case. So we have the start date, we have a timetable attached, and we can connect the case to committee meetings as appropriate. Via the industry submissions, where again we can see the products listed and we can see the submissions folder listed. This will later allow us to share documents with the individual MAHs, either all of them at once, as would be the most case, or if needed, we can share documents individually with the contacts. In case of case resources, nothing has changed really for PSUR. The rapporteur, of course, is added based on the resource from the EUID list. And on the outcome tab, we have quite significant changes. So we have the possibility to record the outcomes for the individual committees. In this case, for example, the PRAC outcome, and I have the possibility to choose maintenance, variation, or suspension revocation, just as the case is right now. And then we have the same possibility for the next committee outcome, which would be CMDH for NAP-only procedures or CHMP for CAP-containing procedures. And again, we have the opportunity to choose the outcome of the procedure. And we also have the possibility to choose if an immediate commission decision is needed or not. What we also can do is we can, per product, select a different outcome in case we have, this applies to CAP products. So if you have one product where a change applies, so we can put one on variation and the other has maybe this change already implemented, and this one then goes for maintenance. So we have the possibility to record differing outcomes per product should that be necessary. In addition, we have changed the committee vote, the committee outcome, so we can add per committee. We can choose all the committees that are relevant for the procedure. We can select the votes of member states and EEA states. And we can record the divergent position should the outcome be a majority vote and not a consensus vote. And of course, this and everything that we built here on the case management system on our side will then at a later stage be translated into the views on the industry and network portals and also on the committee portals, so that both we on the EMA side and you on the industry and network side have a good overview of the case. And this ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonia. Madalena, let's have a look at what questions we have in that case. Top voted is from Irene Heimann, and that is, will the PSUR menu you're presenting only be the agency view, or will it be possible to upload PSUR directly to the platform, replacing ECTD?
Thank you, Joris. So I think I'll share with Sonia the questions, but this is one of our most asked questions. So I would like to, maybe have Sonia also complement me. For the, what we know, so the current state, we are not changing the submission process. So the submission will take place for the EMA-led procedures as per current setting, PSUR repository for PSUR, and the gateway for the other processes. And this means that once we receive a submission, we will create a case in our case management system, and this will be displayed on IRIS portal once is created for our stakeholders, so the industry and the network stakeholders, to view and co-manage with us, communicate and submit maybe some draft documents in the case of network who collaborate on the assessment and so on. So that's well, from my end on the submission process. I don't know, Sonia, if you have anything to add.
No, not much really. So as Madalena said, the submission process for PSUR procedures and the other procedures for the product lifecycle will not change.
Okay.
What changes is the case management on our side.
Clear. Okay. Then the next question up is: would these activities in IRIS? So it's this. I think it's the same question. Would these activities in IRIS replace the same ECD submissions for PSURs? So the answer is indeed no. It's the case management on our side. Then there's a question about the. Oh, something just got overtaken. So Nora Weidbrecht wanted to ask: in the demo, we could see that applicants, marketing authorization holders, are listed with their SAP number. And the question is IRIS not integrated with OMS, with our organizational management services, organizational master data?
Actually, it is, but we would like for our basically internal management to view the sub numbers. So just to ensure the data is correct and in place, this is just a check done on so for the purpose of control to have it in the case. But of course, IRIS is integrated with OMS.
Clear. Thank you. Then the next question is also by Nora. Oh, wait, did the two just overtake? Did I remove the wrong question? Just 1 second. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna go with Nora's question and then anonymous. Will the CP number starting with EMEA H/H/C remain the same after introduction of RPM for all CAP products?
I assume you talk about the product number. So the product number will be, for now, will be imported from SIMET to IRIS. So this number will maintain for the authorization product in addition to the new PRD number that we use in the IRIS system.
Okay. Then we get to the question that's been floating around just below the top. Are there different access roles in IRIS?
Yes, of course. We have, based on the needs of the business, we have different access roles for EMA IRIS users, and also on the industry and network side, we have different access roles for industry and network users.
I think maybe important to emphasize that there's already quite a bit of information available on the IRIS portal about the different access roles, and of course any roles that are important also to case management. And there's also already information there, and any need updates and changes will of course also be covered in the webinars, training, FAQs, guidelines in the run up to our launch later this year. Then, could it be possible to activate a gateway between IRIS and company regulatory information management systems as currently for XE-VMPD?
Maybe I'll take this one. So this is not in scope for our current epics, but only future will tell what is possible or not. I think it's possible, but we will need to carefully analyze and see how we could place this in the roadmap depending on the other priorities. So for the what we know, so foreseeable future, we don't have this in the roadmap, at least not for IRIS regulatory procedure management. And this would be maybe interesting for the global IRIS, because on IRIS there are more than regulatory procedure management. You have scientific advice, orphan designation, pediatrics soon, prime. So that would be interesting well, from the platform point of view, and will be looked at from that perspective.
So feature request clear, but indeed not on the roadmap for the foreseeable future. Let's see. Will there be a link of info with the product management services ID?
We do have the PRD number. We don't have it with the link currently, but I do know that there is an option. So we didn't offer that in the first phase, but we could explore it for the future. So in principle, it's possible. It's not active now.
Clear. Thank you, Madalena.
But it's available. So the PRD number is available to IRIS.
Okay.
So you could, yeah. Okay.
Then we have the last question on the board from Daisy, who says, meaning also marketing authorization holders for nationally authorized procedures will receive information on the PSUSA procedure via IRIS and no longer via email or UDRLink.
Yes, indeed. So document sharing will no longer happen via UDRLink. Usually we will use IRIS and the functionalities of the system to share securely with the MAHs, with the participants of the procedure. There will still be email notifications at certain points, but they will be sent from the IRIS system to the stakeholders, to the relevant stakeholders.
Thank you, Sonia. Let's see, another question popped in. Can you give advice how organizations will have to redirect forward notifications to functional mailboxes if the rapporteur is from outside an organization, such as an NCA in this case?
Yes, so the emails from the system, the email notifications from the IRIS system will always come from the same email address, so that it should be easy to set up auto forward should that be wished for.
There. Thank you. Then we have a question. Could you please publish a document with the here reported, even if they have been managed during the session? I think I can answer that. Of course, we always do that. So all the Q&As, including the ones we answer verbally, indeed, how we try to also give how we give answers in writing, and that Q&A document for the entire system demo will be that PDF will be appended to the event page within the next few days. So that's so absolutely indeed, and you will get written answers. That is all the questions we seem to have today for regulatory procedure management. On the agenda, we have another 11 minutes to go. So I think we were anticipating maybe a few more questions. However, for that, I will hand over to Jean-Michel. But indeed, in 11 minutes time, we'll be starting UPD. So indeed, just to protect the time boxes, there's essentially an impromptu break now. So thank you, Madalena, and thank you, Sonia, and we'll be right back.
So thank you very much, Joris. Yes, we will be back at 11:15 to keep the timing of the agenda time box and to make sure people can follow the product they're interested in. And I thank you all for your comments, your questions, because that's really what's all about a system demo. It's about a comment, feedback from your side, so to help to support our product team. So thank you very much to be so helpful this morning, and see you in at 11:15. Welcome back, everyone. So we are moving to the next product for this morning, and it will be the Union Product Database known as UPD, and Behan will make the demo. Just some reminder how to give your feedback and your comments to the team. As I would like to remind you, that's the main objective of the system demo, is really to collect feedback, to make the product better, and to help the team to steer in the direction they will to deliver better product for you. So you have Slido. It's through Slido. You have a Q&A for the public question and answer, and the poll for non-public question and answers or feedback. So, and the question, if time allows it, we will be answer them verbally. And for the question, the list of questions with the answer will be published on our corporate website. And don't forget to choose the right room to put your feedback or your questions, so we make sure the right product or the right people can answer the questions. And now I will hand over to Behan for UPD demo. Over to you.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you, Jean-Michel. My name is Behan Mustafov, and I'm the product owner for the Union Product Database. Okay, in the first couple of slides, I would like to highlight to you the achievements for the last year, which the team did. We have completed 48 of our objectives, which represents 75% of our committed PI objectives. We have delivered 25 new system functionalities in production. We had 10 system updates last year. We had 2 webinars for the industry users, one for the volume of sales and the second one for the product grouping and provision of third country product names, and also 1 webinar for the NCAs, plus additional one-to-one sessions to support the data quality errors and the resolution of processes. Next slide, please. Furthermore, we have also launched the UPD data quality framework in April last year. Back in July, we had the change adoption survey, which also collected a very good feedback, which also help us to prioritize and improve on the actions. We had several updates of chapters 2 and 7 in the course of last year. Also, the UPD public portal underwent a major transformation with enhanced search functionality and improved user experience. And last but not least, the new guidance materials in the form of Q&As and bite-sized videos were produced. Next slide, please. Okay, on the left-hand side is just a reminder what we have achieved in the last quarter of 2023. On the right-hand side is what we have, what were our objectives and what we have achieved in this quarter. In the green box, you can see that all of those have been, all those that have been completed, and in the red box in the middle is the tasks that will carry over into the next quarter. But I would like to highlight some of our achievements. The first one is the re-architectural work, also known as the decoupling NDM from fire. And this was thanks to the excellent collaboration between the PMS and the UPD teams. This re-architectural work will improve the performance of the UPD, but it was also a prerequisite for the PMS go live, and the teams have worked really relentlessly, including the weekends, in order to make this possible. In terms of development and implementation, our milestone for this quarter was also to enable and provide support for the IRIS Go Live and also the VNRA supergrouping, which will be the focus of our demo today. And I would like now to move to the next slide. Okay, what we are going to demo today to you is how the marketing authorization holders can submit, and of course then NCAs can approve the VNRAs under the super grouping for nationally authorized products from different member states or products approved under MRP DCP procedures with different reference member states. Please be aware of a pre-submission condition which requires the foreseen decision maker for the VNRA supergrouping to be requested and agreed in advance of the submission. This process is managed by the NCAs outside of the UPD. Also, please be aware that it is not possible to include centrally authorized products in the VNRA supergrouping submission. The process of the VNRA supergrouping is different from the VNRA technical grouping, and both processes should not be mixed. And therefore, all users are strongly advised to read the revised CMDV best practice guide for VNRAs. And I'm talking about revision 5 or later. If you go on the CMDV website now, you will find out only revision 4. And revision 5 is expected to be published in early April. And with this introduction, now I'd like to move to the demo. Emily, can I have the rights, please?
You have.
Okay, thank you. Second, bear with me. Okay. Now I going to share. Okay, can you please confirm that you can see my screen?
We can see your screen, Behan.
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
On the main menu, click on the VNRA and then choose the Submit VNRA. This is the marketing authorization holder part. Select the VNRA of interest and then select the VNRA in the code field. Please note that only certain VNRA codes will be accepted for the supergrouping, and these will be listed in Annex 2 of the CMDV Best Practice Guide. The Add button becomes available when you click on Select, and then once the VNRA codes have been selected, the next step is to retrieve the products. In this case, we're going to do a search by product name. We will be selecting the products of interest, then click on the checkbox and then click Accept. Now, we are going to add more products, and then in this example, we have selected 5 products and 1 VNRA. The system displays 2 card boxes with products in it, 1 for each VNRA selected. When submitting the VNRA for products approved under the MRP DCP, the system will display the products grouped by product identifier. After doing this, the next step is to provide the information on the date of the implementation of the VNRA and the comment submission level as usual. Then you have to select the decision maker in charge for the whole VNRA submission. In this case, we have selected the Spanish NCA as the decision maker. If required, you have to select the VNA's file and upload it. And after doing this, as usual, the marketing authorization holder must confirm compliance with the VNRA regulation by ticking the boxes at the end. And after you click submit, you will be asked to confirm the submission. Click on submit, and by confirming this section, the system will display the message your VNRA has been sent. Now, next, let's see the NCA part of the process. Firstly, you should access the submission of interest. There are two ways to do so, either from the VNRA or from the notification menu. From the main menu, click on the VNRA and then choose VNRA submission. This is option 1. By default, the system displays a list of pending submissions available for the NCAs that you are affiliated to. You're familiar with this. They're highlighted in orange. And when clicking on the submission ID link, the system will redirect you to the approve reject interface. Okay, but before showing the approval process, let's see option 2 from the main menu. You can go and select notifications. You can launch a search by using one or more fields available on the screen. You can filter by action performed, in this case, VNRA submitted. In this example, results are narrowed down by the Spanish NCA as decision maker. The system will return the results, and please note that the option 2, which we are displaying now, is a product-centric, displaying a list of products, but option 1, view VNRA submission, mainly direct lists unavailable submissions. Click anywhere and a cart will be open. Click on the submission link and you are now in the approve reject interface. For VNRA supergrouping submissions, only the responsible authority identified as the foreseen decision maker will have the decision-making fields enabled through the submission. You can only approve, reject variations with pending status. The relevant fields that facilitate this process are decision comment, date of the decision, author of the decision, fields, approve and reject checkboxes. There are two ways of providing the decision-making information. You can either add this information at submission level so that it will be filled automatically for the subsequent relevant fields available for each pending product involved, or provide the information directly for each product separately. If the information is provided at submission level, you can afterwards edit the corresponding fields at product level. By confirming the checkboxes, the system will trigger the approval rejection of all present products. But you can also select the corresponding checkbox at VNRA or at product level separately. Click on submit button and you will be requested to confirm the submission by clicking accept. By confirming this action, the system will update the summary table with the answers of the approved operation. And this concludes the system demo. And Emily, can we please have the slide deck, please? Okay, and this slide is a list, but this is a non-exhaustive list, just a selection of what we are going to work on in the next quarter. I have highlighted some of those. The first one is the migration of all non-production environments to a single tenant. This needs to be completed by the end of May. In terms of development and implementation, we will be finalizing the spillovers, save and resume draft VNRA submissions by the MAH's automatic sending of notifications. We'll add two new VNRA codes to the RMS list. We'll be working on the API for industry and external EU member state organizations to product data, and confidential for the former and non-confidential for all others. Enrichment of the CSV, a file generated as a result of the export functionality, provision of the QPPV email to the contact details of the QPPV. And the last three will be extended to Q3 because we'll not be able to implement them in production within this quarter. And we'll, in terms of analysis, we'll be doing working on the CMDV SPC harmonization and the outcome, and the marketing authorization holders API for provision of availability status. We'll be providing support for the PMS go live and PMS design and the implementation plan for ESMP, although the vet medicines are not within the ESMP scope. And the last slide is just a very brief reminder of all the other available information as useful links that we have on the UPD page of the agency, and also training materials. Thank you very much. And with this, I'm happy to move to the question and answer part.
Hello, Bayan. Thank you for that presentation. At the moment, there are no live questions that came in for UPD. So we do still have a couple of minutes. However, indeed, if any questions do come in, I think we will have a look at them offline otherwise. I see one question. Somebody grabbed the opportunity while I was speaking. We have Ed Wiespert asking, could you please confirm if the URLs for the national PI translations of CAPs published in UPD remain constant and unaffected by new PI versions? There, it's up on your screen as well.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure about this question, but I can reassure the colleague who posted this question that the URLs that are published. So actually, apologies, not the URLs, but the documents that are published and available in the public portal are the latest product information that it is published either for centrally authorized medicines by the agency or by the member states when they manage the products at national level.
Thank you, Behan. Then now the top-rated question is by an anonymous asker who's asking about the PMS user interface, which I think indeed is a question asked in the wrong form, unless you do recognize it, Behan. But indeed, so it is, will something similar be developed for veterinary products, or will veterinary products be included in the PMS user interface reports?
Okay, the vet medicines are not included in the PMS UI. However, I think that the question related to I mean, posed by the colleague is something that we have also developed in the framework of the data quality, and with the Power BI, I think that this is something that we can look into the future in order to be able to allow and to display similar information and statistics for the purpose of veterinary medicines. But this is something that we'll need to be discussing further. As far as I am aware, the foundation for the vet medicines is there. It is just a matter of prioritization and making it possible. For at present, the access to the Power BI is available only to the member states and not available to the marketing authorization holders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Behan. That is actually the time we had to answer questions live. There are a couple more questions indeed that we can perhaps look at offline. But thank you very much, Behan, for the demo, and I'll hand back over to Jean-Michel.
Thank you very much, Behan and Joris. We will move to the next value stream. So we are now looking at the managing agency value stream. This is where all the system around the administration and supporting the business of the agency are worked on. And the first product we are looking at is the new fee regulation, which is a legislative requirement we have to develop for Q1 2025, even the 1st of January 2025. And we will have Paola, who will talk about the new fee regulation and how it will be implemented in the agency. So, and I would like to remind you for the Slido feedback, but I think we don't, okay. No, but so yeah, and don't forget to leave your feedback on the slide though. So you have two ways to give your feedback or your comments, which is by Q&A for the public question and answer, or the poll for directly to the team without being public. And if we don't have time to answer all the questions, we will try to answer it in written, and it will be published on the corporate website. Don't forget to choose the right room to select your product. So, and now I will hand over to Paola, and she will talk about the new fee regulation and how it will impact many products in our development value streams.
Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. Good morning, everyone. Just by way of introduction, thank you for joining today's system demo on the new fee regulation. This is the first time the agency presents this product at the public system demo. So my name is Paola Samassa. I am the agency's accounting officer and the product owner for the EPIC dealing with the fee payment modalities. Yeah. As you may already know, the new fee regulation will come into force on 1st of January 2025, and the purpose of this presentation is to present the key changes brought by the new fee regulation, how the agency is preparing for its implementation, and what has been achieved in the previous quarter. So yes, this is the slide now. So I will just give you a background of the legislative process very briefly. The EU regulations usually have a 10-year review cycle. The general EMA fee system was introduced in 1995. Its review was due in 2010, but it was put on hold because of the entry into force of the pharmacovigilance legislation and subsequently in 2014 of the pharmacovigilance fees. So in 2015, the European Commission restarted this work of review and launched an exercise which was called data gathering, essentially meaning collecting and assessing time, workload, and costs from both the agency EMA and the national competent authorities. Based on the outcome of this exercise, the European Commission then launched an impact assessment study to which EMA and national authorities provided input, and eventually on the 13th of December 2022, the European Commission published a proposal for a revised EMA fee regulation. In September 2023, such regulation was adopted, such proposal, I should say, adopted by the Council and the European Parliament, and eventually the regulation was published on the official journal on 7th of February 2024, so literally a couple of months ago, and with the implementation date of 1st of January 2025. So if I can have the next slide, thank you. Yes, so as I said before, the fee system is currently based on two regulations. So the regulation 297/95, which covers the general fees, and the regulation 658/2014, which is covering pharmacovigilance fees. So the new fee regulation coming into force in January will repeal these two regulations and will provide a single framework for a streamlined fee system for the agency. There are obviously many objectives for this new fee regulation and aims. Essentially, the fundamental one is to remunerate the fundamental contribution of the member states to the scientific assessments, to establish cost-based fees and cost-based remuneration based on the actual workload, actual cost, and proportionate to the work carried out, to reflect as well complexity of certain evaluation, and not least to provide a sound financial basis for the agency's operations and the operations of the network, therefore contributing to ensuring a high level of protection of public and animal health. If I can have the next slide, thank you. So the next two slides will highlight some high-level changes for the industry first and then for the network. So we do have a number of changes, of course, that will be triggered by the introduction of the new regulation. The expected are as follows. So we have simplifications of the fee calculation, an update of the fee structures, which are now calculated per procedure and based on actual cost incurred across the member states and the EMA, the modification of administrative fees for withdrawal and for changes to the intended submission date, revision of payment method and terms for high-volume applications such as certificates, parallel distribution, and for scientific advice as well, removal of certain fees, type 1 variation, renewals, for example, introduction of new fees for pre-submission, referrals, re-examination of marketing authorization applications, the introduction of a pharmacovigilance annual fee for veterinary national authorized products, and the revision of the methodology to apply incentives for veterinary medicinal products procedures. Next slide, I will highlight which are the changes for the network. Thank you. So we do have the modification of remuneration amounts that will now be cost-based, as we said earlier, the simplification of the calculation of the fee and the remuneration amount, the introduction of remuneration to PRAC rapporteur for certain type of procedures and annual fees, the removal of certain fees, as I said before, type 1 variation, renewals, they will still be remunerated through the annual fees, the introduction of remuneration for assessment of procedures that are now fee-based, introduction of remuneration for orphan drug designation in pediatrics, and remuneration date are going to be fixed depending on the type of procedure, 30, 60, 90, 120 days from the start of procedure, providing that the initial assessment has been performed. Next slide, thank you. Now we go more into the implementation and subsequently the achievements and the objectives. In line with the EMA agile way of working, the development of the new fee regulation product has been divided into three epics. Epic 1 is the core epic dealing with the legislative changes related to general fees. The EPIC 2 prepayment deals with the legislative changes related to the prepayment and payment modalities. This is where I am the owner, as I said in the introduction. And the EPIC 3, which is the pharmacovigilance EPIC, is the one dealing with the legislative changes related to the pharmacovigilance fees. In 2023, as we can see from the timetable, we have focused on the analysis of the requirements on the basis of the draft legislative proposals. In Q1 2024, we have started with the development of such requirements in our system and processes. In parallel, we have also started with the communication and engagement opportunities for our stakeholders, as for example, this first public system demo. Next slide, please. The next slide is a busy slide, I appreciate. Let's focus on the left-hand side, which is really what did we achieve in Q1 2024. So in Q1 2024, as I said, we have started focusing on the development of such requirements. We have conducted in-depth technical analysis to align the strategic system integrations. We have defined a minimum viable product, standard fee messages, a framework for the interface between the operational and the financial systems. We established internal codes, coding and conditions in order to enable the determination of the correct new fee, the pricing essentially. We have built the groundwork for the new interface, including a system integration foundation between operational, financial systems and databases as well. Obviously, a fee is composed by many attributes and many elements, so this needs to be brought together in a sound integration. We started implementing the financial system requirements for the veterinary pharmacovigilance fees. This, of course, is a new thing based on the new definition of veterinary chargeable unit. And we have engaged with subject matter experts and internal stakeholders in order to align on project objectives related to the new fees, core EPIC 1 and 3, and for the prepayment, the EPIC 2. We are also committing on a number of objectives for Q2 2024, and in the interest of time, we will report on this at the next quarterly public system demo. So I will maybe move now to the last slide. Thank you, Emily. So I've spoken about communication and engagement opportunities. Here you have a slide that gives an overview of what is coming up in the course of 2024. We do have 2 EMA strategic portfolio reviews, one in May for the network and one in November for the industry and the network. We do have platform meetings, dedicated platform meetings, one in June for the centralized procedures, one in July, research and development, and one in October for pharmacovigilance. Then we do have info days for small and medium enterprises. And then we do have as well veterinary stakeholders dedicated meeting dates to be confirmed in this case. I believe this completes my presentation, and we do have certainly some times for questions and answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paola. Yeah, we have one question. So we are displaying it through Slido. So the question is about the payment methods. Are they remaining the same?
Yes, I'm happy to take this question. The payment methods will remain the same for the majority of the fees, in the sense that industry applicants, companies will receive an invoice from EMA, which will remain payable within 30 days from the date of the invoice, except for 3 procedures, which are scientific advice, certificates, and parallel distribution, where the payment will be collected at the beginning, so at the point of submission of the application, and that's why we call it prepayment, therefore before the service is provided.
So thank you very much, Paola. So the next question is about the PV fees for human products, and which are partly based on Article 57, chargeable units. So the question is about will the PV fees be based in the future on PMS record? But yeah, I'm not sure if we know that answer yet.
I think on this one, well, we can see whether there is the support available from our team. Otherwise, I'm happy to write it down and provide the answer after this session. So I'll pass the floor to colleagues who may be online.
I don't think Marcos is online.
Or Patrick or Emmanuel. Otherwise, we take it, we write it down, and then we...
Yeah, I think for this question we answered then after, yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. Let's see what else we have.
Okay, so thank you. So we will write in the Q&A document, which will be published on the website. So then we have the, if there will be no fee for type IA, will it be allowed to maintain product information via data submission only as per Rogue?
As well on this one, Jean-Michel, I just see whether there is online support for this.
I can say for the type 1A, it will be included in the annual fee, the fee. So there will be no type 1 anymore. Yeah, that's what we can say at the moment. Yeah.
Let's provide this through the question and answer document as well.
And also, yeah, thank you very much. So
Yeah.
it will be in the written document, yeah, in the Q&A.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
We need to ask some expertise.
The direct product owner and the subject matter experts, of course. Yes. So on the payment part, I can cover confidently everything. On these ones, we need to have that validated, the answer. Yeah.
So thank you for the precision.
We have.
And then we have the vet chargeable unit algorithm, if you have more information about it.
Not at the present. I don't know if Francesco is online. I can briefly cover on this the way it has been done for the human medicines. So obviously we call it algorithm in the sense that we have to take all the elements foreseen in the regulation. For the human algorithm is, for example, the substance, the member states, the marketing authorization holder. So each of them counts as a unit, and then the string is assembled together, creating a chargeable unit. So this is the type of algorithm that we refer to. I'm assuming on the basis of the knowledge I have that the same principle will be adopted for the veterinary chargeable unit, where a combination of elements will be put together in order to have a unit that can be then charged and put on an invoice. But certainly we will explain more in the Q&A question and answer document for this as well. Any other question? I think we answered the first one. So the pharmacovigilance are partly based on Article 57. Okay, that is similar. Is covered by the team that is dealing with the algorithm and Article 57. Yeah, so we can defer that one as well offline.
Thank you. Okay. And then there is a question about when the EMA guidance about fees will be released. Do we have an idea of a date?
Okay, on this one, yes, obviously there is a preparation ongoing, and I would say that these are gonna come out towards the end of the year, certainly in Q4. Not before Q4, really to allow the agency to prepare for it and to be sure that we do have comprehensive document that takes into account everything. Yeah, but we will also validate and confirm this. But I can say that this was presented at the industry forum yesterday. So and that's Q4. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Paola. And
I can also take the PSUR one, just in general terms. Said the fee regulation foresees a transition period, so it depends on when the fee become due, if it's before or after. So that is foreseen in the transition. So generally is a submission date, but for this peculiar thing of the PSUR, of course, we also have to consider the data log point. So I will check that out. Yes. So, but there are transitions foreseen for that. So the answer will be clear on that. Yeah. So thank you.
So thank you very much, Paola. And I think, yeah, that's all for all the questions for now. And I will repeat, the answer will be published on our corporate website on the system demo event page. So if we will add more detail with our subject matter expert. So thank you very much, Paola and
You're very welcome. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And we will have a small break until 12. Don't forget to join Slido, as your feedback and comments are very much appreciated. And the next product will be ESMP. So we will be back at 12. Thank you very much. So everyone, welcome back to the next product. And here we are moving to another value stream, which is a monitoring value stream, where we manage all the capabilities to monitor the availability and safety of the medicinal products. And I would like to welcome Sophia and Peter for the demo on the ESMP, the European Shortages Monitoring Platform. And before to give them the floor, I would like to remind you, you can give your feedback and ask your question through Slido. And it's very important for them to understand your feedback or your question or your comments, because that's how we'll make the product better and to steer in a right direction. So you have two ways to give your feedback. It's through Q&A, and that will be public, and we will try to answer as many as we can during the time allocated to this demo. If not, anyway, the question and the answer are published on our system demo event page on our public corporate website, or you can choose the poll option in Slido, and then your comments or your feedback won't be public and will be only directed to the team. And don't forget to choose the right room for the right product on the right-hand side of the Slido. And for that, I will give the floor to Sophia, and over to you. Yeah.
Merci, Jean-Michel, and hello, everyone, and welcome to the ESMP system demo. I'll be sharing my screen.
Please go ahead, Sophia. You are
Thank you
presenter.
so much, and you should be seeing my screen now.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So here we are after, I think, 6 months after our last demo. We sat the last one out, but do not worry. We have been very busy on our site, developing features that we are very excited to show you now. So fasten your seatbelts, because we have an hour of pure ESMP joy. So with that, I will give you a quick reminder of what the ESMP is and all the elements inside it. So the data collection is the major part of the ESMP, where we collect data on shortage information, supply and demand of medicines, but also the registration details of industry single points of contact. The analysis part is where we collect that data and then analyze it. We create reports, and also there will be public reports on the ESMP that will have open access. So that will be a platform for the general public, where we'll be publishing information on critical shortages. The shortages management part is also especially an important part for the EMA, because here we maintain a critical medicine product list, and also we evaluate the information that we receive on shortages, and then manage the information, and then do further communication with the industry, with the member states, and so on. Data integration is also an integral part, where we use the data in PMS, so the product master data, on centrally and nationally authorized products, and we integrate also with RMS. With that, we plan to establish interoperability with national systems, but also industry systems, so for seamless sending of data between different entities. So an important part here is also the security access. So marketing authorization holders will have their own part of the platform for secure access to information on their products, and the NCAs will be sending data through their own secure platform. And as I said, the open access one for the general public. This is the high-level progress diagram, and this is basically everything that the ESMP will contain. So as you have witnessed many times, it is a very, very complex product with many different components that support the data flows. So on the industry side, these are all the things that we need to build for the MVP. So the user interface, all the different submissions that have to be done in crisis phase or in when an MSSG-led preparedness exercise is triggered. And here we have, I heard as of now, also this one is completed. So basically the completion stage on the crisis features is quite mature, and on the preparedness, it has also been completed, and that's what I will be demoing today. And these ones we have demoed in the previous system demos. The production plan on nationally authorized products is yet to be developed because we did not have the data on nationally authorized products, and also the difference between this data on NAPs and this data on CAPs is that manufacturing details on centrally authorized products we already own as EMA, so we can reuse that data in the ESMP, and we are doing that. On the NCA side, so this will be our main focus for the following quarter. So we're building the entire platform for national competent authorities and building in this quarter 2 of the 3 submission flows for crisis. And we are building the submission data flow for MSSG-led preparedness. In parallel, of course, the matching of supply and demand has been completed, so the data analysis strategy is there. We're building dashboards and reports. The ones for NCAs are also close to completion, and then we will be moving on to building the public web page as well. The ISPOC registration is done, the way of maintenance of list of critical products as well, and the case management of centrally authorized product shortages is completed. And so this one I'll be showing today, as well as this and the user interfaces, how they will look for each of the users. Of course, what is crucial here, PMS integration on central authorized products, that is done. RMS integration the same. National authorized products, we're waiting for them to be inputted in ARIS system so we can use them. And of course, interoperability, there has been developments there, and I'll talk about that as well. So this is the ESMP development timeline. So on a very high level, according to the agile principles and the development methodology, we keep developing and delivering features, and we in Q1 in essence have concluded the MAH routine shortage reporting feature. In Q2, we will be done with all the different types and data elements that have to be submitted in the scope of crisis submissions. And in Q3 and Q4, we'll be finalizing the NCA submissions. With the MAH features done, we will be doing a user acceptance test with our marketing authorization holders SME. So we'll be holding dedicated UAT sessions where the EMA business and the EMA technical team are there supporting them and gathering feedback. That is all towards the big go live in Q4, where we plan to go live with the MAH features. So the MAH preparedness reporting, which is the routine shortage reporting on centrally authorized products, which MAHs currently already do, but they do it via email. That will be moving to the SMP. And also the crisis reporting would be going live, but knock on wood, we're planning there will be no crisis at that point. So the functionality would be live, but it would not be used. As the NCA features will be built, we'll also be doing the user acceptance testings with our subject matter expert NCAs as well. So we build, we make sure it fits the user's expectations, and then we go live. So in Q1 we will be going live in the with the NCA features for reporting and also the public platform go live. by Q1 because we have the legal deadline on February for February 2025, which we seem to be well on track for. Of course, our beloved system demo is here, and we will be participating in the PMS Info Day in April. In the meantime, we will be also publishing a dedicated ESMP webpage that will be on the EMA website. And of course, the communication plan for each of these stakeholders will be letting them know when they will have to transfer to the ESMP for shortage reporting and how to do that. So we'll make sure that all the stakeholders are well supported in their reporting, that they know how to do it, and all the guidances and all the technical documentation is there well ahead then they need to use it. Also webinars and everything else will be also there. In terms of Q1, I'll try not to go too much in detail, but we have been working on the preparedness phase, submission of shortages of marketing authorization holders, the submission of marketing status data for NAPs, the submission flow for submitting data on manufacturing sites, production plan and capacity, redesign of the user interface, creating a functionality to track the audit history of submissions, performance functioning, case management, and we were doing also UAT on the delivered features. In the business analysis, we, in essence, looked at all the NCA data submissions that need to happen in crisis and preparedness, and also we were holding workshops and working on interoperability requirements. In parallel, we also made UX design, so how the actual user interface would look both for crisis and preparedness features for NCAs. In the data analytics part, we were expanding the aggregation key for grouping similar pharmaceutical forms. And yeah, we were also reviewing the MVP, identifying improvements, and beginning their implementation. So in Q1, all of this was being done. And of course, ESMP is supported by multiple IT development teams that make sure all of this is done. So it has been quite a busy hive. In Q2, the business priorities are now focused on the NCA part of the platform. Of course, we are still brushing up some parts on the MAH platform and ensuring that the previously built features align to the UI. But also now, as I said, building the data flows for submission, NCA submission for crisis on stocks and supply, patient estimations, building the user interface, and so on. Of course, bugs, minor improvements that always happen. And as I said, the end user acceptance testing for our marketing authorization holders, SMEs, will also be happening in this Q2. Looking forward, we'll be also analyzing how to gather production plan and capacity data for nationally authorized products, because currently we do not own manufacturing data for nationally authorized products. Also, we'll be looking at the requirements for building that publicly accessible webpage that I mentioned before, and also having a very closer look at commercially confidential information that we will be collecting. So how to ensure, let's say, additional levels of protection aimed towards these data sets, because we know that is of high importance to the industry, but also NCAs. The data analytics part will be following the developments on the front end. So as we're building the data submission of 4 NCAs on the front end, also the data analytics team will be following that and making sure that the monitoring tool for the MSG-led preparedness phase will be built. So of course, we'll be adapting the portal, we'll be enhancing the unit conversion process so users can see their results shown as milligrams, but also if they want particular results to be shown as the number of tablets and so on, that will be possible. So yes, any kind of enhancements, bug improvements are also planned for this quarter. Now, I would like to show you the UI design that is now planned for the ESMP, and for that, I will move to my trusted Figma design. So now you should be seeing how the homepage of the ESMP will be looking like. So once the user navigates to the ESMP webpage, this is what they will see. Then once they log in, they will be directed to their dashboard. So this is the platform for marketing authorization holders that I'm showing now. So we try to make it very simple, extremely intuitive, and because we know that in crisis submissions, there are a lot of data sets that need to be inserted. So we wanted to make it very clear for the users who have medicines in scope of crisis reporting. For them, this part of the dashboard will be activated, and this is the data sets that they will need to submit. So first, they will have to check their marketing status for central authorized product because that's entered through IRIS. And then these are the data sets they submit directly through the ESMP. So as they click on the left-hand side, they will be navigated to each of these data submission flows. And this is how, when they submit all this data and ensure it is correct, they have completed their crisis submission. Routine shortage reporting will always be here. So if there is no crisis, only this part will be activated. And this one I'll be also demoing today. So this is when there is no crisis, and also the users will be able to see all their critical medicines in scope of crisis reporting. And then if any of the data is not provided, they can insert the data through here. Also, there will be all their submission history, so they will see what data sets they submitted, when, whether it was successful or failed. They will have intuitive messages to say what is the status of their submission and so on. So here you can see a successful one. So we try to make the platform extremely simple, streamlined, and very intuitive. As you can see on the NCA side, just to show that as well. So the entry point is the same, but the dashboard will be personalized for them. So if there is no crisis, they will just have the standard submission processes for critical shortages and solidarity mechanism. And if there is a crisis, then this part of the platform gets activated. It says that they have medicines in scope of crisis reporting, which means that a crisis has been triggered by the MSSG, and these are the data sets that NCAs need to submit. If an MSSG-led preparedness is exercise is triggered, they will have the same. So these are all dedicated templates for each of these user groups and each of these submission types. Here you can see what the dashboard would look like if all of these are triggered at the same time. So again, a very simple, very streamlined dashboard, which makes it extremely clear to the user what they need to submit. And the rest is completely aligned with the MAH part. So the submission history, the different ways of submissions, the downloading of templates. So every time anyone needs to submit any information, they can download a template which will be pre-filled with the information that is specialized for them. So if it's a marketing authorization holder, they will have medicines in scope of their crisis reporting, and they will be able to submit data for these products. So here, all their PMS data will be inserted. So the PMS identifiers, names of all their products in scope of their reporting. I see that there are many questions in Slido, but I believe I will be addressing them at the end of the presentation, just to let you know. Good to see engagement. Thank you for that. So going back to the system, the demo of the MH routine reporting of shortages of cups. So this is the day-to-day reporting marketing authorization holders have to do towards the EMA. So the objective is submitting information on shortages of centrally authorized products that are affected by potential or actual shortages. And of course, here data elements such as root cause, mitigation plans, and so on are also need to be inserted, and I'll get back to those data elements in a second. So marketing authorization holders will be able to download, compile, and upload a dedicated template with shortage information in scope of the reporting requirements. So it enables an up-to-date monitoring system, ensuring the data submitted there remains current and aligned with the ever-evolving landscape of medicine availability. So here we are talking about marketing authorization holders submitting data on centrally authorized products only when they have a shortage of a particular product, because they have reporting requirements towards the EMA. The data elements, so the first part is very much aligned to what the data elements are for reporting in crisis. And if you have been following our system demos, then you have seen that as well. So the product information will be pre-populated for you. So you will go in the system, you will choose what product you want to report a shortage for, and then the EMA will give you a template of all the products, all the packages of that particular product that are marketed or temporarily unavailable. So we are taking the information on the marketing status of centrally authorized products from IRIS, as that is the main entry point, and only displaying the products which are marketed or temporarily unavailable, because we consider them marketed as well. That is due to the fact that if the product is not marketed, one cannot have a shortage of that product. So we are pre-filtering this information for you. So MHs will also have to ensure that the information submitted through IRIS is correct and up to date. Otherwise, their products will not be shown in the template. The basic shortage information will have the shortage status and the dates. The point in the supply chain root cause of the shortage again will be inserted with RMS list identifiers, again, as you have seen in the crisis submissions. This one is also completely aligned with the data submission in crisis. So what are the shortage details? So in terms of the root causes, are there quality issues, manufacturing issues, regulatory issues, increased demand, distribution issues, or commercial reasons? And here also we have a free text for each of these, so more information can be inserted to give us more context. Prevention and mitigation plans are also here, potential alternative therapies, impact assessment. So here we need to know what's the market share, what's the shortage impact risk assessment from the marketing authorization holder, which is low, medium, and high. And also we're allowing additional information to be put in as free text. The rapid alert reference number can be inserted if it exists, and whether other authorities were notified, if there is reference to other related pending regulatory actions and required NCA actions. So these data elements were taken from the template that is currently used for MH reporting of shortages to the EMA. So there is not much change there. If anything, we have simplified them. So they will not differ much from what marketing authorization holders are used to submitting to the EMA, which now comes via submissions via email. So this process is moving to the ESMP to have it streamlined. So this is what the process will look like. So a user will be logging into the portal. The dashboard will be here, which we have not yet built. And they will be going to the routine shortage reporting. Here they will see all their previously reported shortages. with the start date, end date, country also, and this data elements is missing because it is the UAT environment, but it will all be there. So you will be able to filter for potential, let's say, actual shortages, and you will also able to filter for submissions for a particular country and see what are the shortages that you previously reported they're happening there. You will also able to filter for the start date and end date to see only submissions that to which this particular criteria apply. So the user will have a full overview of what they submitted via routine shortage reporting in the past. If they want to report a shortage, they go download template, and here they will see a list of all their centrally authorized products. If we click on one of them, so if we're experiencing a shortage of Brintelix 5 milligrams, we click OK, and then a template will be created for them, which will have all the information from PMS, which they will need to populate the template to send it to the ESMP. So the template is now being downloaded. And the template will also contain all the previous submitted information that they submitted on that previous shortage. So here you see all the data elements are listed with countries of authorization where the marketing status is marketed or temporarily unavailable. So the user has submitted data on that shortage in the past. You see the RMS list identifiers here as well. And you see the free text data elements being filled as well. So all of the columns that are not free text have RMS identifiers, or it is a particular number that we are looking for. As you see, their market share and the affected population estimates. So these are all the data fields that need to be populated. Now, if the user wants to change something, they can do that directly in the template and then upload it in the ESMP. So let's say a user noticed that they entered incorrectly an expected end date, and they want to change it for 2 of the countries, they can do that. So we'll now be changing these dates. And then saving the file and uploading it. So the process is pretty intuitive, and we're pre-populating it with all the previously submitted information. So the user now goes to submit their data. Inserts the file from their computer. And then all the necessary validations will be applied. So the system is now checking whether the PMS identifier is correct, whether all the RMS values are correct, and if the data is submitted according to all the requirements. So there's a reference ID, the file name, and the status of the submission. It says how many rows were present, how many were valid, and also if there are errors, one can export the error logs. And if you go then to your submission history, you will then see that submission there, that it was done and that it was successful. And if you click on the submission ID, you can get back and see how many rows were inserted and the error logs if needed. So this is how the routine shortage reporting process will work. Now, going to the case management of shortages. So the case management of shortages is what happens at the back end on the EMA side once the shortage information is submitted by the marketing authorization holder. So it's a continuation of that process that I showed you now, and then what happens on the back end. So it is a functionality that will allow EMA staff to triage, evaluate, and manage shortage cases reported by marketing authorization holders through an integrated and highly automated system. So the EMA doesn't need to do any manual handling of information between different sources, which will then boost efficiency, timeliness, and the protection of data while minimizing errors. So the platform also enhances security through pre-registration and secure communication protocols, cloud storage of all information, and the automatic routing of emails. Enables knowledge sharing with information available on each case made visible to the entire EMA team, and I'll show how that is done. So it allows for comprehensive tracking and management by maintaining audit trails, tracking changes, and receiving notifications for new information, which allows for close monitoring. So I will show that to you as well. So what you're seeing now is that CRM data management platform. So as an EMA user, I will go here. I will see that new data has been submitted. You can see the data that I submitted was for Brintelix. So I go there and I see all the information that was submitted for Brintelix. As an EMA user, the first point of call is the EMA shortages triage team. So whenever a case gets inserted by the MAH, it will go to our triage team, who are particular team members who then assign this case to other team members. So I will then, let's say that I want to assign the case to me, and the case is now assigned to me, and I am the case owner. Also, as the case owner, I will be getting notifications whenever there is an update on the case. Here, I also see who has submitted this information to me from the marketing authorization holder side, so I can initiate contact with them directly through this platform. Also, we have here evaluation steps, so these will be moving as the EMA team evaluates and resolves that particular case. What I will also do as an EMA user, that I will assign priority to this case. So it can be a high, medium, and low priority case. So this is something that we will be assigning on the EMA side and applying close monitoring according to this rating. So all the information on the shortage will be found here. So all the information on all the Brintelixes for all the countries, I will see when they were modified. I will see what are the start and end dates, and all the other data elements that have been submitted through the template. I will see them here. So what is the affected population? The market share will also be here. And on the information on the alternatives is also found in the case. So all the relevant information on these shortages, I will see them here as an EMA user. Furthermore, when we said that this will allow for streamlined communication and also allow all the EMA team members to see all the information that was communicated to the marketing authorization holders for that particular case, I was referring to this part. So currently, the communication with MAHs and the handling of cases is done by EMA users through their own inboxes, really. So the information is not shared through all the members of the team. And if someone, let's say, is on sick leave, we cannot know all the information that has been going on in a shortage if we need to find out that information very quickly. Now, this will centralize all the developments on a particular case. What I can also do, I can enter a note. I can say SPOC working party on the 14th of March. I can say case discussed, so on, of course. and I can put notes there. I can write anything that I think would be useful for the case management perspective. So case management is a very complicated process which involves a lot of communication with the said marketing authorization holders, potentially looking for alternatives, discussion with other member states, maybe even global regulators. So there's a lot of information that can be inserted here, and that would be valuable to keep in a centralized platform. Furthermore, also, if I need to have any kind of contact with the marketing authorization holder, I can do that directly by sending an email through this platform as well. And that will send an email directly to the user who has reported the shortage. The tab related cases, here there are currently none, but here what will be showing up are resolved shortages of that product, because it will be also important for us to have that historical tracking on whether that product was experiencing shortages in the past. And as of course, if we know that it's let's say product that had many issues in the past, we know to keep a close eye on it. So all of this will have an impact on how we prioritize this shortage as well. So I think in high level, on a high level, this is what the case management will do. So this is it from the case management. Now, on the ESMP data analytics platform, I will be handing over to my dear colleague Peter Jan, who will guide you through that part and give you a demo of how that will look as well. Peter Jan, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Sophia. So next slide, please. All right, so as Sophia has been saying, ESMP will be gathering a lot of data, and all that data actually needs to be analyzed in order to be able, especially during a public healthcare emergency, in order to be able to monitor the critical medicines, identify actual potential shortages, and provide analysis for use in establishing recommendations for measures during a public healthcare emergency. And for this, EMA has developed a data analysis tool that actually allows for automated conversion of medicinal products, aggregation of data on multiple levels, and the matching of supply and demand to allow for a fast analysis. Additionally, EMA will also provide multiple monitoring dashboards, allowing for the visualization of data in a structured way for better understanding and better reporting of the supply and demand situation during a public healthcare emergency of those critical medicines across the European Union, but also in its individual member states. So next slide, please. And could I then already have the presenter rights? So the public healthcare emergency dashboard for EMA itself was previewed already in an earlier demo, but since then we have worked on a member state specific dashboard. Share my screen. On a member state specific dashboard where each member state will have access to an area of the tool that is fully dedicated to their country. It will only show the supply and demand data indicators and analyses that are relevant for that member state, and no data from other member states will be visible. So this is how the screen looks like. One of the things we try to do is get as much information in a single screen. And the reason for that is basically that during public healthcare emergency, when we've seen that many of the meetings are actually online, this would be a more user-friendly tool to show during hybrid meetings online, so that it can be presented and then a member state can go over each of the data elements without having to switch between multiple screens. So I also would like to mention this is the first version of the dashboard. This is a functional tool, and multiple improvements are already being considered or scheduled to both aesthetic and the functionality of the tool. So the main thing is that the dashboard itself, it can be navigated through public healthcare emergency and active substance filters, and basically allow the user to first select the public healthcare emergency, followed by the active substance that desired the dashboard to be configured to. So per active substance, currently the dashboard will only show that information that is geared towards that active substance. Now, to facilitate also the user experience and to avoid any potential mistakes, there will always be a banner on the top showing which emergency, which active substance, and in which units the entire dashboard is geared towards. So currently the entire dashboard is being presented in milligrams. This was a design decision in order to have a functional tool as soon as possible, but there are additional future updates that will allow for additional units of measurements to be shown. So that's not just in a unit of measurements as in mass of active substance, but also medicinal products or any other units that might be potentially be interested for a public healthcare emergency or a preparedness activity. So to support the member states in monitoring the supply and demand data of a given medicine, we created 4 main sections of indicators. So first of all, we have all the information on the member state needs. This is what the medicine that the member state needs in order to bridge a public healthcare emergency. Then we also have the available stock, so what's currently in the supply system, and then also the forecasted supply, what is planned to come up. And then finally, we have a section on analyses with 2 main indicators. So the member state need, which everything is shown as much as possible in blue, contains the monthly estimation of the patient's historical non-public healthcare emergency specific consumption and the buffer that the member state have implemented in order to have a full overview of the actual needs for that active substance during that public healthcare emergency. Now, by allowing the user to click on the hospitalized patients icon, it shows also not just all of the estimations over the 6 months in medicinal products, but also in patients. So the amount of patients that the member state estimates to be able to need treatment for. So one of the improvements that we're actually now already considering and that is planned is to also include the weighted average number of patients per month for the entire European Union, so that a member state can also see how their estimations hold up to an average of the European Union. Then we have the next section, which is the available stock, which shows all of the information on a stock level, either that the NCA has an overview of where in its supply chain there is still stock available. We have it include indicators of the stock on community pharmacy, the current strategic reserve, hospital stock, and wholesale distributor stock. By adding it into a visual, the member state can also see where its current stock, where the most stock is currently located, and you can see where they can provide extra additional information to. Then we also have the member state, the marketing authorization available stock, also into visual, where in this example there is only 1 marketing authorization holder that provided information, but if multiple marketing authorization holders provide information to EMA, these will all also have their own bar. So once again, the member state will be able to see at which marketing authorization holder the biggest stock is currently available. And that is important for having a detailed view and also an idea on the public healthcare emergency. Now, this is all geared towards the unit of measurement in milligrams, and by selecting the detailed content icon, users are provided a detailed view of the marketing authorization stock. So which marketing authorization holders, the number of packs, so not there we move from unit of measurement to milligrams to packs, but also all of the available medicinal products. So once again, a member state will have a better view on what is all available currently at their market authorization holders. And then finally, we have the forecast of supply, which is all geared towards yellow. That contains the marketing authorization supply per month, and also the planned strategic reserve of the member states. This is what the member state has in their own reserve, what's planned to buy. And once more, through clicking on the detailed icon, the member state will be able to have a full overview in detail of the supply that's coming in per market authorization holder and per month. Now, I also like to mention that next to each title, we also include the total of all of the indicators. So the full needs of all the different indicators added together, which is always shown next to the title. Then this is purely the visualization aggregation of the gathered data. So there's also matching of supply and demand analysis, which is what we're mainly trying to do with the entire ESMP. And that is shown in the fourth section. That contains mainly two indicators. So one is a top indicator that just shows the demand, which basically is the full need minus the available stock, without taking into account the supply. And this will allow member states to evaluate if the current available stock can already cover their entire estimated needs, and how much the member state will still have to rely on additional supply in order to fulfill its needs. Positive number indicates unmet demand, whereas a negative number actually indicates a supply surplus. Then the second indicator will actually represent the matching of the demand and with the forecasted supply. And this indicator then calculates the full need, if the full needs can be met, taking into account all sources of stock and all sources of supply. A positive number then again means that there is still an unmet demand, which in this case it is not for this example. And that would mean that there is that a solution is required, so that even if you take into account all the current or the upcoming planned medicinal product stocks, there is still insufficient to match the entire needs. So this would mean that the solution is required either by measures that lower the needs or make available the additional supply. And this can be considered an urgent situation. So here's really where if we see a positive number after taking everything into account, that would show us which areas we need to focus on based on the analysis. So this was a quick overview of the member state-specific public healthcare emergency tool. And again, I'd like to stress that this is not the endpoint for us, but rather a functional start to build and improve upon. And one of the biggest changes that we're actually planning for the next quarter is to move from an analysis and visualization on an active substance level to analysis and visualization of data on active substance level, pharmaceutical form, and also active substance level, pharmaceutical form, and strength. So we'll go into more granular and more detailed analysis to provide more information that can be used during a public healthcare emergency to see how the situation across Europe and also the situation in each member state evolves. And that was it for me, and I will now give the floor back to Sophia.
Thank you so much, Peter-Jan. So I will now spend a few more minutes just talking about interoperability, and after that I will get to the questions, as I see the Slido chat has been quite active. So interoperability. So one of the very important aspects of the ESMP is that it will need to be interoperable with national and industry systems. So what does that mean? So it's the ability of organizations to interact towards mutually beneficial goals, improving the sharing of information and knowledge through business processes they support and the exchange of data. So it means legal interoperability, means that we're all following the same legal requirements. It means organizational interoperability, which means that we're all following the same business processes, roles, and expectations. The semantic one, where we define data and rules of data exchange, and technical, where we define protocol security and also web services to then enable this data exchange and integration between us and our stakeholders. So we have been holding in the last quarter and also starting from July, interoperability workshops with our stakeholders, where we wanted to define, agree, and implement a phased solution to establish interoperability of the ESMP. So we started that in July. We had workshops with our subject matter experts in October. We had the one with the NCAs here. We had a one with industry and a one with the industry and member states together. With that, we have analyzed constraints and risks, we have defined priorities, and also we analyze then potential solutions. So with that, now we are going into phase 2 of the implementation of the MVP. So in these workshops, we had concluded that we will be using a hypertext transfer protocol based data transfer, and also that the format will be structural rather than tabular. So what's important to note here is that the submission of data via the user interface, via spreadsheets, will always be there. So when we go live, this type of submission will be there, as you have seen now in my demo as well. And also with Q1, there will be the possibility to submit data via machine-to-machine interaction, and which will follow a phased approach. Now, in quarter 2 and 3, we will be defining the data elements, format, and how this data will be mapped to SPOR, and all the related business rules coming with that. So we'll be releasing technical documentation, which will detail that further. So towards the MAH platform launch and the NCA platform launch. Now, what's important here is that a certain level of readiness will have to be developed from the stakeholder side, and they will have to review business and technical specifications of the data sets in scope, collect the relevant data from their internal source systems, because we know that the information shortages often comes from different sources, and then they will have to align data and scope of reporting requirements with dataset specifications, and then of course to plan and develop possible changes in internal business processes and IT systems. And again, stakeholders will have a lot of support in establishing these processes, as we'll be holding webinars, releasing guidances, and anything else needed towards these launches. And that is my last slide. So Emily, I will now pass it over to you to show the Slidos, and I see we have around 30 questions already, so I think I can take some now live, and the rest I'll get back to in writing.
So yes, and the top question, is it that one? So thank you very much, Peter and Sophia, for your demo and your presentation. So we go back to the top of the question. Yes. So could you make the distinction between the data that will be submitted by the marketing authorization holder to ESMP from the data which are already collected in PMS and then via data integration will be available in ESMP?
Absolutely. Yes, I can do that immediately. So the data that is available to the PMS will be also available to the user through the ESMP when they go and download the template that they need for the data submission. So it will be pre-populated for them with their product portfolio in scope of crisis reporting, if a crisis is triggered, or in terms of their routine shortage reporting, as I've shown in my demo, where they indicate which product they're experiencing a shortage for, and then we pre-populate this information for them. So all the product information, the product identifiers, the name, the active substance, pharma form, all of this basic information will be in there, and also marketing status information on centrally authorized products that is submitted via IRIS. So we are connecting to that data and using it directly to in the ESMP, so the users do not need to submit this data twice through different platforms. So we're using that data as well. That's it for me.
Thank you very much for your answer. The next question is about the distinction between the data that will be, sorry, it has been mentioned that information about manufacturers need to be provided in PMS for ESMP. Could you specify which manufacturers would be in scope?
Absolutely. Also, another very good question. So information on manufacturers would be important for us if a crisis is triggered. So, or an MSCG-led preparedness exercise, as we had for the antibiotics in this winter. So this is when the information on manufacturers would be important for us. However, for marketing authorization holders to be ready if these reporting requirements are triggered, we would need the marketing authorization holders to submit data on manufacturers of nationally authorized products for products in the Union list of critical medicines. So that is because on the European level, these medicines were deemed very important, and therefore a closer monitoring of these medicines is needed. So we will be asking MHs to insert information on products in scope of the Union list of critical medicines, so we can then keep a closer eye on them.
So thank you very much. And the next question from Elizabeth Godet is the manufacturing site status inactivity, yes or no? Data that would have to be maintained specifically in ESMP. What are the criteria for manufacturing site to be considered as active?
So what I've also need to say that data on manufacturing sites of nationally authorized products, so that functionality is not yet there in PMS. So only once PMS makes this functionality active, which will be Q1 2025, would this information be able to be submitted via PMS? So that's also one major point that needs to be noted here. Then furthermore, the information whether a manufacturing site is active or not, actually, sorry, whether this is information that needs to be maintained in the ESMP, indeed, yes. So this will be information that will be submitted through the ESMP, and that we will be asking, again, if there is a crisis triggered and if there is an MSSG-led exercise triggered. So then through the ESMP, we'll be requesting this information. And this is functionality that is currently, we have finalized the development, and I will be showing that in the next system demo, so stay tuned for that. Now, what the criteria are for the manufacturing site to be considered as active, so that are details that we will be releasing in due time. So we are also working with our industry subject matter experts who are helping us define this, because we know that these distinctions are not always black and white, but in essence, if that particular medicine is produced in that line, it will be considered active. Now, of course, it usually gets a bit more complicated than that, but all this will be detailed in the guidance that we'll be releasing.
Thank you very much. So now we have a question from Laurent Descoper about the go live in February 2025. Does that mean the system will be for data for CAPS only, or under crisis only, or CAPS and NAPS under crisis only, all CAPS and NAPS? So what's the expectation when we go live in February?
I think the question is more complex than the answer. First of all, it will depend on whether there is a crisis in February 2025. If there is no crisis, and I expect this question is coming from a marketing authorization holder's perspective. So if there is no crisis, then marketing authorization holders will just move their regular reporting of shortages of centrally authorized products to the ESMP. So now they do it via email, and then it will be moving to the ESMP on centrally authorized products only. If there is a situation where a crisis is triggered or an MSSG-led preparedness is triggered, and I saw a question of what a crisis is. So in the previous years, we had the COVID crisis, so COVID pandemic and the Mpox pandemic. So these are considered crises. So if something like that is triggered, then the crisis reporting criteria will be then made active in the ESMP, and the MHs will have to report information for products in scope of their reporting requirements, which involve caps and naps, but only those which are considered critical for a particular situation. As we saw, the MSSG announced a list of medicines which was important for COVID, and then the MHs who own these products would have to report, and the same was happening for Mpox. So when Mpox crisis was active, the MSSG published a list of products, and MAHs that had products of these active substances and of these particular pharma forms had to report to the MA. So same, even MSSG-led preparedness is triggered. So if another antibiotics monitoring exercise is triggered, then MAHs have to submit data on their centrally and nationally authorized products, which are in scope of those reporting requirements. Okay, I said the question is more complex than the answer. That might not have been correct, but I hope it's clearer now.
Well, thank you very much, Sofia. Well, you quickly before we move to the next product, maybe you can answer the next one to make sure people have understood. Because looking at the timeline of a go live, would the use of a platform because mandatory at go live, or will be an optional use period? I think you answer in the previous question, but to make it clear. But
absolutely, thank you. So of course we don't just plan to turn the switch and obliterate the old type of reporting. So we will have a period of grace where there's let's say when everyone gets used to using the new platform, but we will be announcing all of that and make sure that everyone is well supported through that process. But we are hoping that the new process will actually streamline the reporting, so the let's say a transition would be relatively smooth.
Thank you very much, Sofia. We have still many questions, but those will be answered in writing and will be published on the corporate website and on the system demo event page. Unfortunately,
Absolutely.
we don't have more time to, but I think it was very enlightening, and thanks everyone, our presenter for product team, but also from the audience for the engagement and the interest shown in this ESMP development. And so now let's move.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Sofia. Thank you. And now let's move to the last value stream for this morning system demo. So we are in the research and development, where we are managing the capabilities to support the development of new medicine and the generation of scientific evidence. And we will go to see the Paediatrics Procedure, which is moving to IRIS, and it will be Tarita, our product owner, who will show you the products. And before that, I would like just to remind you, you can give your feedback and your comments on Slido, either by Q&A, which will be public, and we will try to answer as many as we can questions during the time allocated for those, or you do through the polls, and then that will be remained private and will be sent directly to the product team. So don't forget to choose the right room to make sure you are asking the question to the right product team. So over to you, Tarita.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. Can you please make me presenter so I can share my screen?
Yes, Tarita. You are.
Yes, thanks. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
So before I go into the demo, I would like to briefly present the PI objectives for this quarter for the development of pediatrics, which were the modification of an agreed pediatrics investigation plan, a compliance check, and the annual report for deferred measures, as well as some enhancements that we did to the previous processes that we developed. So this is the second and last demo on the Paediatrics procedure before the go live on the 4th of June. So today I will be demonstrating the three processes that we developed in Q1, and I will go quickly through the sign-in process for viewers that have never used IRIS before. So we're now in the UAT environment, of course. So first thing, we sign in the system. And then we move to create a submission. So we select my draft submissions, create new submission, selecting if we're applying as an individual or on behalf of an organization. I will use organization for the purposes of this demo. And then we need to find our organization by using the search button. Once the organization has been identified, we need to select the location and the submission type. So by typing pediatrics, we have all the processes that are related to pediatric procedures. So I will start with the annual report. Okay, so here we have a page where we can add managers or contributors to the submission so that more than one person in an organization can have access to that submission. If there's anybody to add, we can add it by clicking on these two blue buttons. Otherwise, we can go proceed with the submission. This is the same process for all processes in IRIS, at least for the research and development value stream. Okay, the system is a bit slow, so I have already prepared some submissions for the sake of time, and I will move directly to the ones that are okay. So for the annual report on pediatric deferred measures, the first thing to do is to select the pediatric regulatory entitlement. So by clicking on this button here, we have a list of all the regulatory entitlements that belong to the location that we have specified at the beginning. So here we have only one, and we select this one, save and return. Once this is selected, all the other areas will be available, because at the beginning, this is the only area that is available. We need to select the regulatory entitlement in order to be able to proceed. So then we go to provide information on the product. So we do have RPI information in the system, which will automatically appear. There are two fields where the applicants can, update the product description or the mechanism of action that is specified here, if there is any need for update. And then we have some information on the submission pipeline, which is also coming from the RPI record. And here we have an option to either update the information if required or confirm that the information is up to date. So here you can select yes or no. If the information is up to date, yes is enough. If it's not, then we would click on no, and we would be prompted to correct the information. So here we can also add enabling technologies and confirm that all the relevant enabling technologies have been added, and therapeutic areas. So third tab is about scientific information that are relevant to the annual report. So based on the regulatory entitlement that was selected, we have some questions that we need to answer by yes or no. And then we require some information on the marketing authorization. So, for example, the date of the first national or decentralized authorization in the EU, and in the form of the calendar, we can select the date. Then we have a field related non-centralized products authorized. So this is a mandatory field, it needs to be filled in, and if not applicable, then not applicable should be typed in. Then we have questions on development progression. Here is also yes or no question. If it's a no, there is a requirement to specify the main difficulty with the pediatric development. So there is a list of terms that you can select. If it is a yes, then you can enter here comments. This is also a mandatory field for the pediatrics team to be aware of what are the issues with the development progression. In the next section, we have the individual report on deferred studies, and studies can be added by clicking on this button. So one has been added already. This can be either edited or deleted, or a new study can be added by filling in all these mandatory fields. So I will save and return. As the last step, we have the submission note. So any information that the applicant considers that is important for the pediatric team to receive can be entered here in the submission notes so that it can be visible to the user once they come in through the system. Going forward, we have the documents for applicants section. Here you can upload any files that are relevant to your submission by clicking on this button and browsing through your computer. I have already added the file, and you can here confirm if you have uploaded all the documents that are relevant to the submission. So if you click yes, you will be allowed to go forward. If you will click no, of course, you will be prompted to add the documents that are missing. So once this is saved and returned, we are going to the Submit Application tab. The Documents from EMA tab is the tab where you will be seeing any documents that the EMA will share with you after we have received your submission. So there's nothing to complete here or to do, and we go forward with the Submit Application. So once there is a confirmation of this disclaimer, there is also a question if the organization is an SME at the time of submission, which can be answered with a yes or no. Once this is completed, we click on the Submit Application button, and then there is an extra, let's say, step that are you sure you want to submit, or you can review your application if unsure. Okay, so once the application is submitted, it can be found in the ongoing submissions, while all the submissions that you're working on are going to be in the draft, and whatever is completed is going to appear in the completed. So I will go back to the draft submission to demonstrate the other two process types, and I will go forward with the compliance check. So as for the previous process, the first step here is always to select a regulatory entitlement by looking at the list. Second section is exactly the same as in the previous process, so I will not repeat RPI information and the submission pipeline. And then we go into a more specific section for this process. So this is the procedural information section. First, we need to choose the compliance check type, if it's an interim compliance check or it's a full final compliance check, and select one of these two options. And then we require some contact info for the publication of on the PIP waiver register that will be public on the EMA website. And therefore, we would require an email and a phone number. Then we go into the scientific information. As you can see here, data is pulled from the regulatory entitlement that is selected at the beginning of the application. And here we ask you to provide the list of the studies elements for which compliance check is being requested. So I have already added here one, but we can also add another one. So we need the study number, the type, the description of the study, actual start, and the start date and the date of completion. If you do not know the actual date, an estimated date should be fine. And if you have any comments on this, you can enter here in the comments from applicant. So once everything has been selected, you have an option here to confirm that the information is correct. Of course, if you select no, you will be asked to correct the information. Then we go again to the submission note tab. This is exactly the same as in the previous process, so I will not be going further on that one. Then we have the documents from applicant. As you can see here, it's a similar page like the previous one, so you can add files and then you need to confirm if all the documents uploaded for the submission are there. And then we have the submit application tab with the same information required as for the previous process. So as you can see, yes, we try to keep everything, in a similar way so that, you do not have to wonder every time what the things mean, and we only modify the sections that are process relevant. So going forward, I will demonstrate the last process, which is the modification. You have, for people who have attended the previous demo, we already demonstrated the initial pediatric investigation plan, and this is the modification. So the modification will start again with the pediatric regulatory entitlement, as this is the basis for most of the processes. Then we have the updated information on the RPI, which is exactly the same as for the others. Procedural information, this is a bit more complex with respect to the previous process that I showed, because we require a bit more data. So here we have a question on the legal basis for the PIP waiver application. So there are 3 options for you to choose, and here you can enter any additional details you might like. And then we require some information on the existing marketing authorizations in the European Union. So if the product is already authorized, what type of marketing authorization is active, what are the invented names and authorized indications. Here you will also be asked as a mandatory field to provide authorized pharmaceutical forms and authorized routes of administration by clicking on the Add button and selecting a term from this list. Then we have the section on contact information for the public inquiries. This is the same as the previous process. And if you plan to apply for orphan designation, we would like to know when is your planned submission date. Then there is another section on non-EMA scientific advice of the product. So if there is any advice received from FDA or national competent authorities, whether are EU or non-EU, we ask you to add the previous advice. So here you will have this new form popping up where you can enter the reference number, name or description, the country where the advice was received, the advice status, so if it's received, pending, or planned, date of advice, the outcome, if it's attached, yes or no. So if you click no, there's no options, or yes either. You can also enter your comments here and add. So any documents to be uploaded will need to be uploaded, of course, in the documents from applicant section. So going forward, we have the scientific information. Here also we have a lot more questions than the previous process that are much simpler. So scope of the PIP condition, proposed medical condition to be covered. As you can see, this is coming already from the regulatory entitlement that we selected. Also because it's a modification of something that's already existing. So this is the right functioning of the system. Proposed medical condition to be covered. This is a MEDRA code and it's directly picked up by the system. Proposed indications and proposed PIP indications within the condition above. Then we have a question on the desired outcome for this modification procedure. So you can tell us if you would like to receive a pediatric investigation plan or a product-specific waiver. And depending on what you select, the page will contain more or less fields. So you can see the product-specific waiver, all the fields disappear. If you go for pediatric investigation plan, then you need to fill in the details on the modified pediatric investigation plan. and if you're requesting at least one partial waiver, yes or no. And of course, you need to add the new study measure. The next section refers to waivers. So here again, we have populated data from the RPI, so it's read-only. And here you can add the scope of a waiver or a partial waiver and add any pediatric subset for which a waiver is requested. So by clicking on this button, you are asked to fill in all these fields from age or stage, age specification from 2, and legal grounds for the waiver. Once you confirm that all the information is correct, you can go forward to the next section, which is quality aspects. Here again, we have the data from the RPI, and you can add a new medicinal product by filling in all these fields. For the sake of time, I will not go through each and every field, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory, and of course the asterisks mark the mandatory fields to be completed. Again, here we need to confirm that the information is correct. It will be to add one. Okay, as you can see, there are some validation rules. So if you make mistakes, the system will prompt you to enter your information correctly. And again, we were missing some information. So the system is prompting the addition of these fields that are missing. So once all the required information have been entered, then this new medicinal product is added to this grid, and we can move forward with the application. The submission notes and documents from applicant are the same as for the other forms. So I will just check this one in case there is any difference. So we can add the files and submit the application. And again, exactly same questions as demonstrated before. So this concludes the demo on the 3 pediatric processes that we developed for this quarter. And yes, if there are any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tarita. Yes, we have some questions for you. And because we have a little bit, we are the last at the last product, so we have 2 or 3 minutes more to answer the questions. So the first question is about from Irene Einman. It's about, will the pediatrics information on IRIS replace the information in XV-MPD?
I am not in a position to answer this question because I don't work for the pediatrics office and it is a bit specific. So I will liaise with the subject matter expert and reply for this in writing, but I can answer the second question.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is about which pediatric submission will be included: initial, the modification, annual, the waiver, or all at the all out at the same time?
So yes, we will include in the go live on 4th of June. You will be able to find in IRIS the initial pediatric investigation plan, the modification, compliance check, product-specific waiver, annual reports, but also the discontinuation and the confirmation. So all these processes will go live at the same time. From the 4th of June, that is the new submission window, we are expecting all submissions to come through IRIS for these pediatric procedures. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tarita.
You're welcome.
And
I will reply in writing for the first question in consultation with the subject matter expert and any other questions that will come after the closure of this meeting.
Thank you very much, Tarita. So we are at the end of our 2024 Q1 public system demo, and we have seen many products being worked out and improving and making progresses. So I'm looking forward to meeting you again the 26th of June, 2024, 9 o'clock, same time, same place, for the next system demo, which will show you the Q2 achievements and developments. So thank you very much for everyone, to the product team and to the audience for your feedback and question. And see you next time in June.